Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple things. Can you hear me and can you see my screen? Excellent. Okay, and yeah, YouTube is up and running today. We had a bit of a glitch yesterday, but YouTube is up and running today. All right, what is happening today? So yes, we're going to have as we speak anyway, we're going to have a positive open after yesterday's big rally. Oh, the Dow was up, Tech was up, SPY was up. So let's take a look at some of the individual stocks. Looks like AMC is trying to continue its little rally from yesterday. It's up 5%, lots of volume. What did it hit yesterday? Got a high of 1421. Actually, quite a lot happening this morning. And let's get at it. FSR gapping up. Some kind of a deal they signed. So FSR gapping up. On the way down, IZEA gapping down on a. It's an earnings play plus they're doing a financing, but it's trying to recover actually. Nice pop off the bottom. Cheap one. AMC running here, guys. AMC is starting to run again. ACB. I'm looking for one to short all day long. I haven't quite found one yet. This could have been a candidate. It could still be. ACB, it's an earnings play. The only issue is that now they're saying they're going to be going to NASDAQ on the 25th. So, they're trying to inject a little bit of positive news into it. But ACB, it's a gap down on earnings. It's a lifetime, looks like it's a lifetime low almost. So, plug on the move here. I'm hearing it also. When I say hearing it, it's ringing. It's text to voice. Plug on the move here completes the restatement of their financials. So that is the big news. Look at that base, and now it's popping. Look at this. HGen. Let's see if this one is still up. HGen. It is an earnings play. HGen is an earnings play. It is still up. I'm hearing Fetch also. I don't have that on my list, but what's happening with Fetch? So Fetch, FTCH is an earnings play. FTCH is an earnings play also. It's starting to move here. FTCH. LFMD. Another earnings play, little gap up. Not a little gap up, it's up 10%, but after hours, got up to 857. It released earnings after hours yesterday. So it's still up, LFMD, low float situation, 15.9 million in the float. I've got to mention this one. IHT was again active for no real reason. No reason I can think of anyway. It's been doing this for the last few days. So it's up almost 20%, 19%. Lots of volume. 1.5 million have traded already, only 2.9 million in the float. Super active stock. Bingo is an earnings play. BNGO is an earnings play. So it is up on earnings. Also, Ladenburg has put upgraded them with a price target of $12.75. Okay, so you've got the sort of the double positive news going here, I suppose. Obviously, the first reaction to earnings plus Ladenburg upgrading them with a price target of $12.75. That is BNGO. Gevo is also up a little bit on earnings. Gevo is up a little bit on earnings, over 5. Yeah, so Fuel Cell, Plug, and my guess is Ballard, the Troika are all up. Yeah, so I don't know, probably all up. I think Plug is of course up the most. They've had actually some specific news for them, but I think it's also lifting the other two EV players. ELOX, ELOX is down. And they're doing a $1.35 financing, so it's down 21%. Here's a couple of low volume earnings plays right now. You know, once the market opens, the volume is going to pick up, of course. I mention these because Net Element, we've seen this one in the past do some crazy things. It's got a very, very low float. I know the volume is very low right now. It'll obviously pick up. Net Element, NETE, is up, and it's very, again, low float, low volume right now. And another one, G-Box. G-Box, same situation as Net Element. Low, it's a low float and low volume so far in the pre-market, but it's up almost 10%. G-Box. QS, Quantum Scape. So it has pulled back quite a bit from the highs. I think the announcement this morning was some deal they've got going with Volkswagen. And CRMD, big gap down on earnings. Big gap down on earnings. Oh, this could be, I don't know, no. It just looks like there's too much support around 5. Didn't mention this one for the penny players. BIOL, lots and lots of volume. It is actually an earnings play. BIOL, ton of volume, 4 million shares already. Big float though. I mean, that's, I should shy away from 141 million shares in the float for a sub $1 stock. That is a lot. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. You know, again, this was like yesterday, even more dramatic today. We have a ton of upgrades and hardly any downgrades. So let me get a few of them in. DoorDash, I think, had earnings. Dash, I see Dash, a couple of upgrades for Dash. I see a couple of upgrades for GRWG, Grow Generation. I see 3 upgrades for GRWG. There could be more. I mean, this is my list from briefing.com, but I see an upgrade from Goldman. Let me just see what that one's all about for AMCX. First of all, let me just take a look at GRWG. GRWG, what is it doing this morning? So yeah, it's, you know, a little bit of volume. It's up almost 7%. It has 3 upgrades that I found. Let's take a look at AMCX. AMCX. It's an upgrade from Goldman. No volume yet. Okay, I thought maybe a little. I thought it could have been a little more dramatic. And very few downgrades. Very few downgrades. Let's take a look at them. Well, that's it. There's your list of downgrades. All right, let's see if anything else is. I do see this WIMI is WIMI. I find this a very difficult intraday trader, but it is popping up. WIMI. Just looking to see if there's anything else that's showing up. Taking a look at some. Did I mention AEVA? I can't remember if I mentioned AEVA. AEV. I don't think I did. AEVA. Actually, this is kind of interesting. AEVA is an earnings play. Decent volume already in the pre-market. Let's see. It's over 8 now. The next high looking left is 821. After that is 835. I mean, if we can get through this area here, then you're looking at a next high on the daily chart around 945. So if it can kind of maintain this 8 and keep surging a bit, getting through 835, then it's got a shot to get through that 9 level up to this level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but at least it looks reasonably encouraging. But I'd love to find some. Look at PLT. This could be the one, guys. Let's see. There might be a little too much support. Maybe not. PLT is an earnings play, guys. Look at this, down 23%. Plantronics. PLT is an earnings play. And it is gapping into the, now the only issue is it's gapping into the 200-day moving average, 27.73. Definitely want to keep an eye on this one, though. I mean, have to see what it's going to do right around that 200-day moving average. Is it going to bounce off it, or is it going to plow right through it? If it can plow right through it, it's got some room down to the 20, 25, 26 level. I wish it were a little cleaner. When I say cleaner, I wish this area weren't here on the monthly chart. I wish it were more straight, sort of 45 down, so that this would be more the support area down to 10. But PLT could be the one to watch all day. Okay. On the short side. It doesn't mean you pile into the short immediately. In fact, a lot of times what might happen, especially if the market is going to be a little bit positive, we might see a bit of a bounce. Riley, look at that bottoming tail. Look at that big bottoming tail down here. If you're here in the room for a PLT. Okay, I see your message now, Riley. Okay. I wouldn't say every time, but it's kind of fun to at least try to zero in on one and see what happens. No question about it. I mean, it's nice to have, I like to have one stock as a plan, and we're still. I'm actually surprised that we had as many earnings plays this week as we did, because I think only about 300 to 400 companies released earnings. So I'm surprised we had as many as we did. But anyway, the PLT definitely I'm going to be watching to see if it has that big continuation down. It might take, yesterday, even the ARRY the day before, ARRY the day before, and the other one from yesterday, I think was the AMTX or something like that. It took a while. Excuse me, but after about 45 minutes, then it started the descent. So anyway, just a matter of keeping an eye on it. I'm going to thumbnail the chart, so I won't miss it. Wish was the other one. Yes, Wish was the other one. Unfortunately, not shortable for me yesterday at Interactive Brokers. All right, just looking to see if anything else is, this one is triggering now, this PRAX, P-R-A-X, to present an upcoming investment, or sorry, an investor conference. Low float, 25 million in the float, so a little bit of a pop for it on that news. Good volume, 120,000 already. RHE, another, that's kind of goes along with the IHT, RHE. This is starting to move again. If you look at IHT, look at IHT and compare it to RHE, and they're very similar in terms of the topping tails on the daily charts. I'm reading your comment, Joel, about trading at a bubble. Well, that's the whole purpose of a trading room, of course. It's even if you had a lot of traders around you in Louisville. I'm not sure how that would help necessarily, but we do have the trading room and it's free, so you can always follow along every single day. Now the other one too, I actually did take a little bit of this. I've traded out of it. I just, just don't have the stomach for these. But I did trade. I actually, if you were in the room yesterday, the Hertz. This is a pink sheet stock. They've, it's. I guess they've selected a $6 billion bid from Knighthead, so they're trying to exit bankruptcy. Not for everybody. Pink sheet stock. I can't remember the last time I traded a pink sheet stock. It's got to be several years anyway. But, if Hertz can emerge from bankruptcy, it's had a tremendous run from last month. We'll try 4 a.m., Bernd. I'm not up at 6 a.m., I'm up at 4 a.m. Six a.m. would be feeling for me. Would feel like the middle of the morning. TME is popping in here. Also, guys, TME. It's an earnings play, I guess, on the 17th. So they will release earnings next week. TME is popping in. So if you're wondering when I talk about things like that, I have, and actually this is interesting. My gap up list is actually getting fuller and fuller, more full. So here's my gap up. This is my gap down list pre-market, and this is my actives up and actives down pre-market. These are the 4 scans that I use for the pre-market to find, the ones that might be moving. Again, available from my home page. My home page, confusion, I don't know why, but here's my home page tab right there. Home page tab is right there. And when you click on it, there's the link. And here are all the scans that I'm sharing. I'll put that link into the YouTube room. Look at RHE, guys, on the move. As Ija would say, these are Amex stocks, and these things can just move for no reason at all. You drive yourself crazy trying to find out a reason for IHT and RHE, why they're moving. Yeah, there you go, Ija. Sorry, guys, by the way, for those of you who only follow me on YouTube, we had a glitch yesterday and couldn't figure out what went wrong, so had to wait till the market closed before I could actually look at it. Muddled around, figured out what went wrong, and that was it. But that's why we have 2 rooms, guys. So if This room, this main trading room as I call it, usually I would say 99.99% is always up and running. Sometimes we do have a glitch in YouTube, but that's why we have two rooms, so you can always come in to have one. You have your choice, one or the other. Yeah, AMC, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen today. I mean, this got as high as what, 14 something? Um, I mean, the news yesterday, look, obviously the WSB crew got a hold of it, but they actually did have some other news trying to arranging, was it about $500 million in financing? Maybe even more. I can't remember what the actual number was, but raised a lot of money. So, the fear was always going bankrupt. So they've been able to raise some money and also reopening of the U.S. market now. So theaters should start to get back rolling again. And Bitcoin, let's take a look at Bitcoin. All over the place. Here's Bitcoin, GBTC. Let's see what Mara is doing. Mara's up, Riot's up. Of course, Elon's having a lot of fun with, I don't want to say manipulating the market, but with his various tweets. All right, guys, I'm going to reduce these, minimize these, get ready for the open. My watch list, if you want to follow along my watch list, well, first of all, if you want my layout, you just go to my homepage again. My layout is available, so what you see here is available. If you don't want my layout, but you do just want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then, where am I? Barry's watch list right here. Now remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on my watch list or anything else, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud, okay? You can only have one layout loaded at a time. All right, guys, so we're getting towards the end of the first week. Let's see, what time is it? I can just pop this in. We're getting to the end of the first week of the test drive. If you still want to participate in the test drive, you can still do that. You'll get the balance of today plus next week, 5 trading days next week. It will cost the $8.99. I think I worked it out. It's less than $2 a day. So you can still do it. This is what you'll see. Sign up for the test drive. So $8.99. It won't be for 2 weeks, okay? Just want to make sure it's crystal clear. It's not for 2 weeks. You'll get the balance of today plus next week, 5 trading days. And again, if you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to see what our premium service is all about, you can do that also. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from it. We don't put you into a subscription, all right? Don't have to worry about that. But it's a good opportunity to try trade ideas and see what it's all about. All right, guys, the market is going to open in about 15 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week. Yeah, Wish is on the move here, guys. Wish is having a nice little bounce. Look at this bounce for Wish after earnings yesterday. All right, we're now open. So Plantronics, I see, has had a little pop here. Let's see if that holds. And again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Okay, I have a delay on purpose. And as always, I will be following my gap continuation or reverse all day long. I have put a delay on here. I won't see anything. You don't. I mean, if you're looking at the shared one that I do share, it'll start triggering immediately. But I do put a delay of 15 minutes on it just to see. Just want to see things settle down a little bit. Mentioned DoorDash, guys. So DoorDash is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. So for those of you who like to play the more expensive stocks, I mean that's a big gap up. However, I know William is probably salivating maybe to short it. Really? I didn't see IZEA on a halt. I don't think it's halted. IZEA, at least according to my, it's not halted. Okay. Well, about 17,000 available at Interactive Brokers right now. Hertz on the move, guys. Again, I did trade this one yesterday. Late. Hertz is on the move. Maybe emerging from bankruptcy. Look at AMC. What a move for AMC so far. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, guys, well, look how rocky this one has been. So a PLT got up to 32, got all the way down to 28. So, I mean, it's still very, 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 very whippy. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. But there's the 200-day moving average. That's the key metric right now, 27.73, so it's about 70 cents above it. And here's the AI. Nothing will happen in the AI until at least 9:35. And if you're wondering, this is how I would follow the AI alerts all day long. I would make sure you have your strategy trades all window opened. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and just let the alerts happen. You'll have an entry time, of course, a price, you'll have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. All right, PLT. Yeah, the spread's not terrible right now. Not terrible. I mean, 20 cents, starting out. We're always going to have, usually, spreads will be a little bit crazy in the first, 10 minutes anyway. Now, here's one on the move. BDSI on the move. BDSI on the move. I don't think I've seen this one recently. Market is still, so the first 15-minute candle still positive. So Dow's up, Tech's up, SPY's up. Everything's positive as we speak. There's a quantum scape, or sorry, yeah, it is quantum scape. Actually, look at this, from 29 down to 25. Wow, what a short that would have been. We had a pop on news about some kind of a deal they've got with Volkswagen. All right, well, here we go. All right, well, the AI is, it's too quick. The AI is looking at PLT. That was I don't know how easy it would have been to get. Probably you could not have got it at 28.10. I don't think there's any way in the world. But take a look. There's that 200-day moving average, 27.73. It will tighten up. There's no question it'll tighten up. I don't think there's any rush. It's got to get through that 200-day moving average. I know it popped down below it, but it's right above it still. 27.73. So I think what I'm going to do is put an alert around 27.70 or 27.66 and see if it takes that out again. So it's early, guys. It's early, okay? Never been a fan of the early AI alerts. I like to see things settle down a little bit. You know, that's what can happen. You can be very, very whippy in the first 15 minutes. All right, wow, LFMD earnings play on the move, low float, 15 or 16 million in the float. And what did I say? I said if it could take out this area here, then it's got a shot to that 10 level or the 9 to 10 level. And let's just see how well it keeps trading. It did get to 859 or 60 in the after hours yesterday when it released earnings. Yeah, I don't care about the individual strategies, Rosanna. Yeah, they're all combined in here, okay? I don't care. It's not a matter of which I use. You know, I just kind of have a favorite price range, though. I mean, I'm obviously interested in PLT. Typically, I like the ones under $20. I don't care from where they're coming. But again, that's just me. So it got stopped out. You notice it got stopped out. PLT got stopped out. However, let's just keep an eye on it later on. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. There's the BDIs. BDSI is still kind of up there. Not a low float. Yeah, listen, for me, the AI is a watch list. That's all it is, okay? I'm not auto trading it. I'm not doing anything like that. It's a watch list that I'll follow all day long. Sometimes the AI is early into a trade. Later on, they may set up. I'm not saying this PLT is going to set up later on, but you know, things in the first 15 minutes can be so whippy. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to what, 32? It was down to 27.40. I mean, things are very whippy in the first 15 minutes. All right. Well, AMC starting to drop a lot, as is GME, and my guess is the rest of those Reddit stocks are probably on the way down. Moxie, MOXC, on the move here, guys. I know Zach said this could hit about 15 at some point. I know he was talking about that one yesterday. Okay, first 15-minute candle is still a bit of a topping tail. But we're still positive. Dow is still surging. Tech is up, so there's no disconnect right now. Everything's on the move. MOSY, Fred in the YouTube room, and Zach. Yeah, look at this volume coming in. Wow, look at the volume. Crazy low float. 5.9 million in the float. The next highs looking left on the daily are up here, so getting a little bit close. 458. Couple of highs right there a few days ago, and even this one. So it's got some work to get through, probably that 550 mark. And Les just got halted. LEDS just got halted. Les got halted on the way up. And this looks like it's going to have a. This looks like it could be a real positive open here when it resumes. LEDS, another crazy low float, 2.4 million in the float. Taiwan company, LEDS. In the semiconductor, I saw somebody mention that maybe some aid coming to the chips. Another one on the move here. EFOI, look at EFOI on the move. EFOI is on the move. And another one just got halted. ELTK just got halted. We're getting some halts. Again, semis guys. Circuit board manufacturing, ELTK just got halted. So this is obviously reacting to U.S. senators set to propose Friday $52 billion in funding to boost U.S. semiconductor production, research, etc. And it's bipartisan. So, you know, obviously good news for that sector. And I guess this is why these things are popping. Thanks for putting that in there. All right, we have GDRX as a gap down and reverse. As you know, guys, I'm really more interested in the gap down and goes. So in other words, the gap down and keep going down. So I'm kind of waiting for, this is what I'm talking about right here. Remember, I have a delay of 15 minutes that I put into this particular scan. So I'm kind of waiting for the gap down and go. All right. Well, okay. So the AI in this one is trying to go counter to what's happening in the market. Again, I look at this. All right. Here's the gap down and go for ACB. Now, ACB is an earnings play. The only issue is that they've also said that they're moving to Nasdaq. They're trying to create a bit of positive spin on that. Moving to Nasdaq, I think May the 25th. Well, at the time, okay, so I was asked what tells you that it may open positive from the halt. I just look at the bid ask. Now, when it got halted, the bid ask was 8.8. It's now back down to 7.88. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so there it is, 7.90 now, 7.90. So it got halted at 7.75 when I first saw it. I mean, this can change, obviously, but as we speak, it could be a positive open. Look at Hertz, guys. HTZGQ. Look at Hertz. I know it's a pink sheet stock. All right, now that is a very, very tight stop. Okay, 1136. Got stopped out at 1150 for HYRE. Very tight stop. Could still set up later, guys. And look at this. So there is a re-entry at 1143. It's a very tight stop. And I'm not a big fan of the early alerts, but well, you must have some kind of an alert window that is triggering higher over and over again. You'd have to look at every alert window that you've got. You have to right click on your alert window, properties, actions, and then you'll see the sound alert. So it would say text to speech or text to voice, something like that. You must have something that's doing that. Keep an eye on Hertz, guys. Again, if you like to play these pennies, this HTZGQ. Les resumed. So that's what I was saying. So when I first saw it, it was 8.8. So look at this. Nice big gap up now for LEDs, LEDS. ELTK resumed. Had a little pop. If you're wondering where I'm seeing this, I have a Halts Resume scan. Another one that's available. If you go to my homepage here, right there, Barry's homepage, there's a tab within the trading room. Okay? And just click on the scan section, and you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Well, look at this. A gap up and reverse now for plug, guys. You do have the tab, Ahmed. I don't know why you can't see it, but okay. Somebody has to explain to me why people can't see this, my Barry's homepage tab within the trading room when you're in the trading room. I just don't get it. You can see my screen. There's the tab right there. Oh, look at Hertz go, guys. All right, guys, I have a couple from the unusual strong options. ET at 10.04, not bad. And then, of course, the higher is going against what the AI is suggesting. So we'll have to see what happens there. No, it shouldn't matter, but that's okay. Because the developer of the room suggests that is the browser of choice to be using Chrome. But anyway, I popped it in there. Ooh, look at solid. This is an earnings play, SLDB. Ooh, I wish I'd seen this one. Let's see what sort of. Well, it's got probably a lot of support around 306, but this is just collapsing here. SLDB. There was no inkling that this was going to happen. Here's the pre-market action. It was basically flat, but it did release earnings, and the reaction didn't happen until the market opened. SLDB. Okay. Well, the market is still surging here, guys. We've got the first 15-minute SPY candle, green. The second one, 7 minutes left, is green. Look at American Airlines. Yeah, guys, I mean, maybe with the reopening, maybe. We get any more bad news. Well, there are two rooms, David. There's a YouTube room, and then there's what I call the main trading room. You can always head over there. A little more action, a lot more traders in here. Same thing. They see my screen. They can hear me just like you can. Just a lot more action. So I can give you the link for, again, what I call the main trading room. So, for instance, when YouTube was down yesterday, you could have come over to this room here. Okay, just put the link in. Yeah, boy, these are tough to trade intraday. Riot is a gap up and go now, but I just find them extremely difficult to trade intraday. Riot and Mara, any of the Bitcoin plays. All right, I do see AEVA is just triggered from my watch list at 8:44. Again, when you see this, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, okay? You've got to watch to see how it's trading. Take a look left. It does have some room. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 9:45. So, it does have some room. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day long. Yeah, when you go into a channel, I know it takes you to YouTube. I know that. Okay, guys, so there, again, you had a re-entry for higher if you took it at 11.43 on the short. Well, the easiest one is YouTube because there's nothing really that you have to do, okay? And that's why I guess it's designed that way. But that's why I have another link to get into the what I call main trading room. Once you're there, you create a username and password, and that's it. You can come in here every day if you want. MOXC, look at this surge here, taking out yesterday's high now. MOXC, guys, on the move here. MOXC. China stock. Oh, you can do what you want with the AI, Joel. I mean, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. But if you like the way it ends up, if you got into an AI trade and it was working well, and you like the way it ended up at the end of the day, and you take a look at the daily, and the weekly, and the monthly charts, and there's still room for it to run, it's your decision whether or not you want to hold. We're not going to make that decision for you. All right, guys. Well, GDRX, it did keep moving. It's an earnings play, too. I didn't realize it. It is an earnings play, GDRX. And this is on the move. This is a gap. This was a gap down and reverse. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not a swing trader. Okay, so I don't like. Do I ever? Yes. But I'm more, my way of thinking is I just like to be at it, most things at the end of the day, just so I can. That's just the way I like to trade. Look at PXLW, guys. But if you catch the right one on a swing trade, of course it could be awesome. Trick is to catch the right one. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, just click on Sim, and then I think, you see, I'm under development version. I think it might say accounts or something like that. You just have to make sure you're in simulated trading, okay? But if you click on, now, you have to be using the downloadable application, not the web-based version, Mike. If you're on the web, then it's not available. But if you have a toolbar that looks like this, where it says Brokerage Plus, one says live, one says sim, click on sim, and then I think in your version, you just have to make sure you're in simulated trading, okay? I think in the account section right here. Yeah, there's no hard and fast answer to that one, Mike. I mean, you might back. I don't back test at all, okay? But if you back test something and it could work for a few days, a week, and then all of a sudden you get terrible results. So I mean, back testing is a really advanced subject. A lot of trial and error. Some people love it. Yeah, well, Joel, listen, it may not be for you. I mean, it's that simple. We certainly don't push the product on people who, if you can't spend the time, and this is not dissing you, but I mean, listen, trade ideas and trading is hard. I don't mean trade ideas is hard necessarily, but trading is hard. There's no quick way to learn how to do it. Okay, it takes a lot of time, practice, reading, looking at charts, etc. Trade ideas is a tool. So higher has been all over the place. And it's a tough one. I mean, it's an earnings play. Higher, HYRE, is an earnings play. I mean, I like it on the long side. I mean, because more potential. It had potential on both sides when you look at it, because when you look left on the long side, $13 is the high, so it has room to run. You look left on the low side, had more opportunity in the low side because 877 is the low down here. So it's kind of stuck in limbo. Which way is this going to go? All right, guys. Wow, Tiger is a gap up and go. Tiger, TIGR, gap up and go. China Financial. Another China stock. This is the old GSX. They changed their symbol. GOTU now from GSX. That's why it looks like it's an IPO back here, and it is not. Tiger continues to move here, guys. You're chasing it now. I mean, you can't. I mean, it's tough to take the trade right now. It's coming into some resist. Actually, that's far enough away. Daily chart 1671. Again, I'm not saying to take it now, but I mean, keep an eye on it. Maybe if it just bases a little bit. And look at the volume coming in, though. Relatively low float. Man, there's what action here in GME. Look at the action on GME. Look how low it got. 155, back up to almost tacking on $10. GME. And AMC is popping also. So turbulence. Not so much for SLDB. Continues down here. Interesting short, but I got it. I saw it too late. 310. A lot of support around 310. I just saw this one too late. I've got some thumbnail charts on my other monitors, and a lot of stocks are popping now. Well, Joel, maybe this might be a little more appealing to you. We did and I'll talk about this, the strength alerts, TI strength alerts. I'm going to pop that in here right now for you and anybody else who cannot, spend time all day long staring at a computer screen, or even if you can, you don't want to. So we have this TI strength alerts. We started that, I think, about a month ago. If you click on the link, you can read about it. It costs you $17 a month. Monday morning, you'll have 5 stocks to take a look at. How you trade them will be up to you, okay? But they're ranked. These are the top 5 according to our ranking for that week. All right? So you might want to take a look at that. It costs $17 a month. And just all you have to do is, read about it. If you are a standard or premium subscriber right now, you don't have to pay $17 a month for it. You click on New from our toolbar and then go to their channel bar and then click on the click on the strength alerts. You'll see what they are plus the blurb about why they were selected. Okay? So you can, maybe you want to try that. Very entry level. AC, yes, AC, another crazy low floater. Lots of action this morning. 1.2 million in the float. Another crazy low float situation. Not very much volume though. Whoa, there's the Hertz, guys. If this Reddit crew ever gets really a hold, they probably have. I mean, look at that short float percent, 35%. It's very possible. I don't know if anybody can confirm that they're on to Hertz and have been since here. Yeah, take a look at it. I mean, $17 a month, Joel. I mean, it won't break the bank. Okay, guys. So higher went the other way. Anybody get this SLDB short? I mean, I just didn't chase it. I didn't want to chase it down. SLDB. Also, it might have been a little bit tough because that uptick rule would have been in effect. Interesting how this all works though. I mean, look at this. I mean, they released earnings pre-market, unless it was delayed, right. No, I'm wrong. That's 8:45. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. So that's 8:45. So there was a little reaction to earnings, but the big reaction was once the market opened for SLDB on a short. Okay, not a bad alert. AEVA at 8:44. There's the blue arrow right there. That's all that's telling you is the candle, and it depends on, of course, the time frame you're looking at. The candle where the alert happened on the 2-minute chart was there. 15-minute chart was there. 5-minute chart it was there. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, we had the alert at 8:44. What did it do afterwards? So it actually got up to 882, pulled back. So that would, depending on where you got it and where you could have got out, definitely a nice quick trade on a percentage basis. Big shortfall percent for GoGo, guys. GOGO, GoGo. GoGo is on the go-go. So take a look at it. Look at the weekly chart. And what do you see? 1438. Look left. That's the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. Let's back this daily chart out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's the next high. That's the same as the weekly chart. So this has got room, guys. GoGo's got room. Now, in the old days, this used to be something that, internet on airplanes, okay? So I don't know if that's still their major business. Market is still positive. There's a little bottoming tail now for the sorry, for the SPY on the 15-minute chart. Sellers tried to knock it down a little bit. Buyers look like they're still in control. Yeah, so ACY, so Zach is talking about that one. So this has, if you look left, the next high looking left is probably right there, 1089, right around that level. 1089, and then the next, there's a big spike up. It's hard to see because the D is covering it, but there's a big spike up to 1225. So, it does have some room if we can get through that 1080. And a very, very, very low float. Very low float. Well, I guess my option play was the way to go with higher as opposed to the AI. Yeah, look at higher go. This is an earnings play. This is really, it still has some room to 13, I guess. Yeah, keep an eye on the PLT, guys. I'm still I'm watching it, but it's going to. That 200-day moving average kind of stalled at 27.73. So, it's not quite $2 away from it. So that might just be holding it up. You can see exactly what it did. It got just below it, but it looks like the 200-day moving average is holding it for now, anyway. Never know later on in the day. Look at higher. Wow, what a great alert from the option scanner. Now, again, we're not playing options. We're playing the stock, but what this is showing you are stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. All right, so ACB is coming right back, guys. So again, earnings play got knocked down on earnings after hours, but then they also said, "Hey, we're going to be moving to Nasdaq." I think May 25th. I think May 25th is the time where they're moving to Nasdaq. So try to put a positive spin on that after getting knocked down with earnings. All right, what's happening on the downside here? FTech, nothing's happening there. 1382, nothing's happening with the ARI. NLOC 2513, nothing's happening there. ACB 662, well, that popped as we were talking about it. So ACB, look, the longer it holds 7, it's not a low float, 200 million in the float. The longer it holds 7, though, and if it starts moving and it gets some more volume in, I mean, this could easily start to challenge that, the 740 level. This was the high after hours. Actually, after hours, it popped just a little bit. Oh, the daily chart. When I talk about the 200-day moving average, it's always on the daily chart. I don't look at any other time frame. That's not to say others shouldn't or can't or don't, I'm not saying that that's the only one. It's the only one I look at. Sure. So the float is the available number of shares. It's the supply of stock. The available number of shares for trading, okay, on any given day. Typically, if you look at some of the, the bigger companies like the Facebooks and all, you'll see they have a shares outstanding and then they'll have a float. To get the float, you start subtracting what the insiders own, the CEO, etc., the C-suite guys, maybe some funds, because they can't trade those on a daily basis. So you take the shares outstanding, subtract all of those shares, and that gives you the available supply of stock to be traded on any given day. That is the float. So now you'll hear me talk about a low float situation like ACY. So something, if you say 1.2 million in the float, that is insanely low, okay? That's very, very, very few shares. That is the supply of stock. For me, anything under 20 million and under is very low. That is, my personal definition. Doesn't have to be yours, of course, but that's my personal definition. So anything, 1.2 is really, really low. And then this is why you can get insane moves, these huge, I mean, it's only up 26%, but sometimes you'll see these moves 100, 200, 300% in a day. The only way that can happen is if you have a very low float situation. So think of the float as being the supply, and then if there is a catalyst for whatever reason, it could be news, earnings, it could be a news release of some sort, or it could just be one of those ones that for whatever reason traders are piling into it. And so you have low supply, high demand, and that's what increases the price. Okay, so that is really that is the reason, and they're very exciting to get into when they're working like this and they're popping up. But you have to be awfully careful because they can drop just like that also. No, LD 200 the daily chart. I only look at the SMA, the 200 SMA on the daily chart. Okay. And yes, I did answer you. I guess you didn't hear me. So you hear me say this all the time. If you get into a low float stock, all right, and you get into it, and do not wander away from your computer, because anything can happen. The rug can get pulled just like that, and it can drop maybe even more quickly than it went up. Okay, if you're new to trading, I'm certainly not recommending. Yeah, they're a lot of fun when they're working for you. Not so much fun when it's not working for you. Okay, you can set a stop loss, but sometimes, with this low float situation, once the buying dries up, once all of a sudden everybody wants to get out, it can blow right through your stop loss. So that's always it's always the risk. Look at higher go. Well, that's my option scanner won that one. 1153, 1276 now. Oh, glad to hear that, Rolberg. And by the way, it is now 10:21, so this is typically when I start my little TI spiel, as I call it. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. This is not special because we're in, for ending the first week of the test drive. We still have another week to go. This is the way the room is all the time, okay? So this is not anything special because of the test drive. And speaking of the test drive, if you do want to try out Trade Ideas, there's still an opportunity for you to do that. I'm going to put the link in. Look at higher, my goodness. Okay, so I just popped the test drive link. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So you will not get 2 weeks. Okay, just want to make that crystal clear. You will not get 2 weeks. If you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus next week 5 trading days. Okay, it will cost the $8.99. I just want to make sure everybody realizes that. So if you sign up now, you're not going to get 10 trading days. And once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. All right, you don't have to worry about that. We will have a nice promo code once this test drive is over. So if you do want to take out a subscription, you'll be able to, of course, with a nice promo code. But we don't put you into a subscription automatically. We get that question a lot. I want to go over my home page now. And due to popular request, yeah, you can use, yeah, of course, you can use the, if you sign up right now, and you can use Trade Ideas over the weekend to get accustomed to it. I mean, obviously the market's not open, but you can still use it. And this is what I was going to recommend. So if you click on my homepage link, you can find my tab is here all the time. Okay, my homepage tab, you can find it. If you can't find it for some reason, there is my link. So if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. Now, if you can't wait, you want to take out a subscription right now, you're sold on the whole concept, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, the first month only or the entire year. And this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. Okay, we have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Obviously not having a great day today, but every day can be different. But that is the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. There are some other differences, but that is the main difference, okay? You don't have to go annual. If you want to go monthly, that's fine. $118 for standard, $228 for premium, minus the 15%. The discount's only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Also from my homepage, Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, usually around noon Eastern. These are all free. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click on this link right here, here's the here's the layout that I'm selling. I wish. Here's the layout that I am sharing. Okay, what you see, what the shared monitor, that's the layout. Plus, I have a lot of scans that I am sharing. Ones that you don't see on the shared layout, including the gap continuation and reverse, kind of turning into definitely my favorite scan now, as well as my options. Okay, moving high, I'm sorry, this one. Yeah, moving higher with unusually strong options, okay. So a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Education link, click here, and this is what I was saying before, is that if you do end up, taking the test drive, I would absolutely take the 20 lessons. It won't take you 20 days. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one. All of the basic features explained. This is not a video. They're all text-based. Look at higher, higher, higher. Wow. including, information about the AI. We call our AI, we nicknamed it Holly. Okay, so a lot of information here. So do yourself a favor before so if you're going to take the test drive right now, you can sign up for it, but make sure you take a look at the 20 lessons. More information. So yesterday, of course, our YouTube room was down. I do take a break around noon. And so one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so I think that will be handy. And so from 12 to 1, he will take over in the YouTube room. I usually take a break, I say around 12. So if you want to head over there while I'm on break, I will pop that link in before I do take a break. The free trading room is this room right here. Okay, this is the room. Daily webinars, we're not on a normal schedule, probably not next week either. When we get back to our normal schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, you can sign up for them all here. More educational videos. Here's a video we have a video on the AI or Holly channel, starting trade ideas from scratch. So a lot of more educational videos are here. Also back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, great little video series, 36-part short videos, starting off with what is a stock? What is a stock? Okay, you can't get any more basic than that. And trading ebooks. So a lot of information from my homepage. So do yourself a favor, save my link. You can take a look at all this information at your leisure. You just have to save my link and all the scans and all the education. All right, so this higher, what a sensational alert from the option scanner. Only two so far. ET 1004, and yeah, it was okay. Got up to 1026. Nothing spectacular, but certainly the higher at 1153. Wow. So Jason, it's not so much an alternate trading room, okay? It's exactly the same. They see my screen, they can hear me, okay? All I'm saying is that when I do take a break, somebody else takes over from 12 to 1, and I'll put the link in before I take my break. If you go to my homepage, though, you will see the link if you want to save it now. But don't go there now because it's exactly the same. This is what it looks like. I mean, it's just not as robust as what I call the main trading room. Okay, these are the posts so far, but they see my screen and they can hear me. So don't go now because you're already in the room, in the trading room. Okay, if that makes sense. When I do, I'll put the link in here. Okay, when I do take my break just around noon, I will put the link in here so you can head over there if you want. Typically, the guys who take over for me, they're a little more attuned to swing trading than I am. And there's just different styles of trading. We have 5 different guys Monday to Friday taking a look at taking over the room between 12 and 1. All right, now again, for people who are new, wondering, well, what is Trade Ideas? First and foremost, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. We're a great scanner, if I do say so myself, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. That's what we do. We scan the market, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. I want to emphasize that because we're going to, later on, I'm going to talk about this window that you see called Brokerage Plus. People get a little bit confused about it. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay, so that's what we are. We're a scanner. This is an example of a scan that I put together, obviously with higher. There was the first alert for it, 1197 in here, but this is an example of a scanner. So if I right click, configure, click on summary. So this is what I'm looking for in this scanner. You always start off with filters. So for me, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. So significant. My minimum is 400,000 shares. It's got to be up at least 4% or down 4% from the open. Okay, I mean, this is just an example of a scan I put together. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, they met all the filter requirements. We are what we call an event-based scanner. So I created the event. Again, this is the event. So with all these with the filter requirements and making a new high, or a new low, that is the event. Now, as a company, we decided early on, I wasn't around then, but instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language to create their scans. So we feel we have put together, for the vast majority of our subscribers, a number of alerts and filters when you see these icons. Okay, you don't have to learn them all, but I think we've created enough of each that you can combine them to create the type of scan that you're looking for. So you don't have to learn a programming language. Next, if you're new, it can be overwhelming. So that's a couple of things. That's why, number one, I am sharing my layout. I'm sharing my scans. You can kind of take a look at them. You know, if you looked at this basic new highs and lows as an example, okay, and you know, once you get used to using our program, you might look at this. When you click on the summary, you'll see the filters I'm using, but you might look, man, I don't like that price range. It's not the price range I like to trade. That's okay. You just can change it. You know, if you want to trade between 10 and 100 or whatever that range is, you know, you can just change it. This is what I like to do. It doesn't have to be what you like to do. If you want to have a different minimum volume, you know, you can change it. This is a template. This is how I like to see things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's how you like to see things. So if you make a change, and then say okay, then you've kind of customized it to your style. So again, you didn't have to know how we made them in the first place, but you can make some changes. Just something that's just me, a build by, okay? Just to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to, for me, a more manageable number. Also, obviously, stocks under $20 can give bigger percentage moves than stocks, 20 and above. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. That's just a personal preference. Doesn't mean I will never, ever, ever trade something that's over $20. Of course not. Not auto purge them. You can always right click and clear. Okay? So it's not auto purge, but you can right click on an alert window and clear everything, so you're starting from scratch again. Okay, the Nomad Rides asked me, is there a way to hear alerts from an alert window and not from a multi-strategy window? Well, yeah. I mean, here's a multi-strategy window that I've got. If you don't want to hear alerts from it, then you just right click, Properties, where it says Actions, you just uncheck the play sound and say okay. So, I mean, you can pick and choose. If you don't want to hear, sounds from an alert window, it's the same thing. Right click, Properties, Actions, and uncheck. I'm going to go over that a little bit more in detail in terms of creating sound alerts, but yeah, I mean, you don't have to. So the other thing you can do, and just bear with me for a moment. I'm just making sure I've got... Just give me a moment as I just check some things here. Okay. So the other thing you can do, okay, I'm sharing my scans, but we have a lot of other scans, layouts that we've created. If you click from our toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, here are a lot of themed layouts, themed channels. They are all layouts, okay? Now, when you click on one, if you have a layout up and running already, your layout will be replaced. So make sure that you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So, and each one of these is a layout. So let's just take a look at one of them as an example, okay? Stock surging. Let's take a look at stock surging and see what it's all about. So this is what you'll see. And again, this is a layout. So this is potentially the confusing part. So you might look at this and go, wow, the action is heating up. That looks kind of interesting. Okay. And you right click, configure, and you check to see what the filters are. Click on the summary. And you see, oh man, I mean, the price between $1 and $1,000. Well, that's a little too broader range for me. So I'm going to change that. Let's make it 10 and 60. All right, let's go back to the summary. And you see how that has now changed. Minimum volume 50,000. Now let's up that to 250,000. See how that has changed. Okay, so you might look at the rest of them. What this is looking for, the volume in the last 5 minutes is 300% of normal, etc. You might say, okay, yeah, that's cool. Maybe you want to add another filter. I mean, it's up to you. But let's just say this is how you wanted to modify it for your style of trading. So you say okay. So now you've modified this window. Now you go to another layout. Let's go to the electric vehicles are a little bit hot today. EVs. Okay, and you take a look at this. Maybe you're doing a modification. All I'm trying to demonstrate here now, though, is you go back. If you go back to the stock surging, and you click on the action is heating up, and you might say, hey, wait a minute, I made a change between, I wanted it 10 and 60 and 250,000 shares. How come it hasn't saved my changes? Okay, the reason is that these channels are for everybody, all right? General channels for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to a channel doesn't necessarily reflect what anybody else wants. So the channels are available for everybody. So you might say, well, okay, but how do I get around that maybe? So this is what you do. This is how let's go to the momentum channel. So you look at this, you look at Momo as an example. You take a look at it, configure, summary. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you like everything that's in here right now. You don't want to make a change to the price range or anything else. Okay, so I'm going to cancel out. Now what you do, because in essence, this is how you can start to build your own layout. You can go to each individual themed channel, and you might take a look at something and say, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a look at that. You might start extracting windows, scan. So right click, once you've done that, and you say you want that Momo channel, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, now it's in the cloud. I'm going to explain that. And then you can go to another channel and maybe extract another window and another one and another one, okay? And again, you didn't have to know how to do anything, how to create a scan or anything like that, okay? Now, you could be at the point, probably, if you've never created a layout before, and if you've gone to the other layout, you'll have a blank screen. You'll just have a toolbar up here. Now, what you can do is this. File, load from cloud, and you see I've got Momo up here. You'll see, and if you would have seen all the ones that you had, that you extracted from the various channels, you would have seen them all listed up here. You just click, left click on it, highlight it, load it, and it appeared on my other monitor. So there it is. You can start to, load the individual scans one by one, thereby building your own layout. Okay? Hopefully all this makes sense. Once you've got, and then you can add some charts, other things. Once you've got your layout that you like, file. You can do it two ways. You can save your layout, okay, to your computer, give it a name. You can do that. I would also heartily recommend, not hardly, heartily, is File, Save or Share to Cloud. Click on Entire, give it a name. My first layout, whatever, give it a name and save it. I would also save individual windows. As you maybe create your own scans, save them to the cloud. Right click on the window, save or share to cloud, save. This is good practice. Why? A couple of reasons. First of all, I'm on a desktop computer right here, right now. If something happened to my computer and I had to scrap it, well, pain, but I get a new computer and download Trade Ideas and File, load from cloud, and all my layouts, everything I've ever created will be up here as long as I've saved it to the cloud. So I can easily bring back. I don't have to recreate absolutely everything from scratch. So that's number one. Number two is that you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have it on as many devices as you want. So let's say I've got it on my desktop, I go out and buy a laptop, or I've got a laptop, I want Trade Ideas on my laptop. All I have to do is download the program and then File, load from cloud, do the same exercise. So in other words, I don't have to recreate everything from scratch as long as I've got everything into the cloud. Okay? So that should help you get started. I think it's Andy. I think it is Andy who is hosting the room today. And he's more of a swing trader. Yeah, so again, if you click on my homepage, if you can find my homepage tab, or here's the link up here, you click on it, and you go to the education section. So if you are a beginning trader, what I would do first is I'd scroll all the way down, because these educational videos are more in tune with learning how to use Trade Ideas, okay? But if you're a beginning trader, this little back to basics, these 36 short videos, I think they'll be excellent. It starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. So I would think that if you're a beginning trader, this is something that you would want to watch, okay? These educational videos are more about how to use Trade Ideas, okay? If you want to mute the sounds all at once for everything, if you click on that icon right up here between Brokerage Plus and Ideas Surfing, that is a sound icon, all right? If you click on it, you can toggle all sounds on and off, if that's what you want to do. All right, guys, now I want to talk about the AI, okay? AI is not having a great day today so far, but I want to talk about the AI. This is what it looks like. How I would watch the AI is and I would keep it so simple. From our toolbar, click on New. Click on File. Click on New. So from our toolbar, click on New, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Okay, Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. I would not concern myself. We get the question all the time, what's the difference between Holly Grail, Holly Neal, Holly 2.0? Forget about it. Don't even worry about it. I wouldn't even worry about the strategies that they're coming from. All I would concentrate on is, okay, I click this window. when daytraders does not have any alerts pre-market, so if you incorporate this window as part of your layout, then say Monday morning when you load trade ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop, and how you trade them will be up to you. Sometimes, I mean, you know, these got stopped out, but they could turn around later on in the day. As an example, I'm not saying they will. I'm still having, you know, maybe Palantir or Plantronics, it might start to fade again. But, you know, that 200-day moving average looks like it's going to support it for a while anyway. So anyway, I mean, I use it like a watch list. I never auto trade. Oh, I have no idea, Joel. No idea what the proportion of as a side hustle or people trading all day. I have no idea. Always SMA. I use always the SMA. I think that is universally used for the daily chart, the 200 SMA. I'm not saying there's nobody out there that doesn't use the EMA, 200 EMA on a daily chart, but I would say 99.9% are using the 200 SMA. Great action again today, guys. Great action. Okay, so that's what the AI is all about, okay? Now, if you want a little further explanation about the AI, again, if you find my homepage tab, and you click on it, and then the education section right here, click here, and keep scrolling down to where educational videos, and one of them will be the AI channel, Holly, okay? Now, it's not going to tell you how to trade it. There's no video in it. Well, how do I trade it? There's no right or wrong way. Well, for higher, I mean, all you had to really do is have my basic new highs or lows without looking at any other thing, moving averages or anything like that, or look at my option scanner, okay? The options, my option scanner, it's not trading options. It is just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So in this one, for instance, the minimum number of option traded has to be at least 2,000. You can see right there it's 7,700. So that met the filter requirement. And then that option volume today, 766%. The minimum has to be 300. So in other words, it has to be trading at least 3 times normal. Here, and you can see obviously this is trading 7 times normal, 7.6 times normal, okay, as a ratio. Now the other thing, so you asked what scan. So are you talking about the 20 moving, or as an example, are you talking on the daily chart? Can't tell you take these trades, guys, but I'm just wondering, can anybody confirm whether or not the Wall Street bets guys are on this Hertz? It looks like something that they would be. The only problem is, I think, can you trade pink sheet stocks in Robinhood? I know a lot of them are on Robinhood. Okay, so you cannot trade pink sheet stocks. So I know a lot of the Wall Street guys are on, Wall Street bets guys are on Robinhood. So that might be, but I mean, that's not the only broker out there. Jason, you can try that. I mean, I don't do that, but you can try that. I'm not saying like where you're going to, I mean, I don't know exactly where you can place it on the chart. A mean line 5, are you talking about a standard deviation? I mean, I don't know how you can't really do that on our chart. So you'd have to know where it was, like the actual prices. You can put it there and see what happens. All right, guys, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus, all right? And please listen carefully because I don't want to confuse people who think that, well, in order to use Trade Ideas, you must use this window called Brokerage Plus. Now, first of all, Brokerage Plus is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Not available if you're using the web-based version. You'll notice there's a option up here, one of the selections is called Brokerage Plus. On the toolbar, one says Live and one says Simulation. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use Brokerage Plus to trade your account. So you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas. I'm going to put this link in here. So this link, this Brokerage Plus link, has 2 videos. The first video shows you how you can connect to either your IB, Interactive Brokers account, or your E-Trade account. Okay, that's the first video. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can create, how you can load a strategy, how you can actually use this to trade, physically trade, how you can create things like this, trade, these options that when you click on an alert. Sorry about that. So if I click on an alert, obviously if I want to trade it right now, I can just trade it. So if I'm connected to my IB account or E-Trade account, I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. You have to make sure you're here. I think I'm on a development version, so that's why it might be looks like a little confusing. Look at AMC, guys. Look at the explosion for AMC. Wow. Approaching yesterday's high. I know I'm sort of bouncing around here, but it's approaching yesterday's high, which was 1420. It's right there. I mean, look, the next high looking left is 1454. Takes that out. I mean, look out. Okay, so you can scan, you can have a filter, Paul, for stocks that are above the 20 SMA, number one. So make sure it's above the 20 SMA, number one. And then intraday, we have consecutive, depending on what time frame, what time frame you're looking at, we can have consecutive candles. 1 minute, 2 minute, 5, 10, 15, 30. So you can create a scan so a stock is above the 20 SMA as an example, and then with a certain number of consecutive candles up depending on the time frame you pick, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, you can try. I've not created a scan like that, but yes, would probably find higher. You may see a lot of other ones you don't want to see though, but yeah, so you have to have the latest beta. Okay, LC, so if you go to my homepage tab, you have to download the latest beta in order to be able to use, let me just get to it. In order to use E-Trade, you have to download the latest beta. So go to the download software and then scroll until you see the beta, okay? In order to use E-Trade. So again, if you watch the second video, it's going to show you in a lot more detail how you can use Brokerage Plus if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. Again, it's not mandatory. It's just, if you want to do it, it's here for you. Again, very easy to use. And you can do things like, it's more advanced, you can set up things like when you click on an alert and you look at the chart and you say, yeah, I'd like to trade that. You right click, trade, and a box will pop up. How did these show up? You have to watch the video and you can create your own strategies, okay? How you want to trade it. So it's not auto trading exactly, but you can set up your own strategies with a target, a stop, a number of shares you're going to take, and all of that. How you do that, watch the video. Yeah, so again, Paul, I mean, I don't have a specific scan, but again, all you have to do, if you want to find stocks above the 20 or something, right click, so that search. I'll type in 20 as an example. Here we are. Change. Change in the 20 SMA percent. So if you want to make sure it's above, you can try the bars. I've never tried the bars. If you want an explanation about the bars, just click on it, highlight it, and click on Help. But if you're just looking for stocks that are above, then you can use this, add the filter, and put a minimum, like a percent. You want it to be 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. Or if you just want it to make sure it's above, it could be 0.5%. Okay, I'm going to pop the link in. When you say you're not getting the link to my homepage, can you not see it right here? Buana, can you not see the link right there? It just saves me some time, okay? No, Ahmed, I mean, if you take out an annual subscription, it does nothing when I click on it. You don't see this? Because sending it to you via email is not going to help. When you click on it, you don't see this. Sending it to you via email is not going to help. It's the same link. I don't know why when you click on it, nothing happens. Because you're 100% sure. I mean, you click on the link and you're not seeing this. I mean, because all I'm going to do via email, it'll be the same thing. It's the same link. So if you're not seeing it here, you're not going to see it if I send it via email. Don't know how I don't really know how I can help you. Do you have pop-up blocked or something? Yeah, I don't know if you have to have a pop-up unblocked. Sorry, I don't know how to help you. It's possible that's the reason. All right, guys, I do want to talk about now another huge reason to use this Brokerage Plus. Okay, now hopefully everybody understands that if you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. Okay, it's just that we have this feature that if you do have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. You can actually use it to trade from within trade ideas. Okay, you don't have to, but it's there if you do want to. Yeah, I will put in a link for you, creating a symbol list. We call a watch list a symbol list. Okay, option trader. And this is a video that I did. It'll show you exactly how to do it and how you can monitor it. All right. So this video that I put here, creating a symbol list, so others who may want to create their own watch list of symbols they only want to follow, that's how you do it. And it shows you how you can then attach it to an alert window or a top list window in order to monitor it. Yeah, in that video, and I think I made that video a long time ago. Yeah, the only way to remove something, you have to go to Tools, Symbol Lists, and then you find it. Yeah, to edit your symbol list. Yeah, you have to find the symbol list. You highlight it, edit the list, And here would be your list. This is what I do every day, because I create a symbol list for this every single day. That's what I do every day. Okay, Amma, did you not hear me? The 15% promo is good for the entire year. Okay. If you go month to month, it's only good for the first month. But it's if you take out an annual subscription, it's 15% off the annual subscription. Maybe you had me on mute or something. Okay? All right. Oh no, it's okay. I mean, I do get it. I know everybody doesn't listen to me all the time. Okay. I just didn't want you to think that I didn't answer your question before. All right, using the simulator, guys. If you're new to trading, don't trade your live account until you've practiced trading. Yeah, you can link. I actually linked to TradingView. I've got a TradingView chart up here. So yes, very easy to link to TradingView. Very, very easy. I should just briefly talk about our external linking tool. So if you click on Tools, External Linking, we link with many brokerage platforms. So all linking means, and please listen really, really carefully, all linking means is this: it's a time saver. So that when I click on an alert, instead of my having to type in, say, AMC into my brokerage platform, or, obviously I'm clicking on I'm seeing a lot of stocks all day long. It'd be a bit of a pain if I had to type the symbols in. It's just a time saver. So when I click on AMC, it loads into my brokerage platform. And from there, I can trade it. Okay, so that's what linking does. It is a time saver. I can also link to my TradingView charts, yes, very easily. In fact, I've got it right there. Very easy. Just add the link, follow the instructions. Okay? So using the simulator, click on Sim. Now you're in simulation mode. I think you have to, again, I'm on a development version, but in this box here, it probably says something like account. Just make sure you're in simulation, okay? And really simple to use. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want, pick the price you want to get in at, sell if you're shorting, buy if you're going long. Okay, that's a simple way to use it. I always like to demonstrate how you can maybe buy something on a pullback. To show you how it looks on the chart. So let's just say you looked at AMC and you wanted to buy it, but I don't want to buy it now. I want to buy it if it pulls back to this level in the 2-minute chart. Looks like there's some support there, so that maybe if that holds, I can buy it here and maybe it bounces. Maybe. I'm just trying to show you as an example. So what was that area? Was around 1370. So I pick how many shares I want to trade at. I type 1370 into both of these boxes. And I click buy. And see that blue line appears on the chart. So if AMC goes down to 1370, it'll take the trade. Now, at some point, if I don't want that, if I don't want to do it anymore, I can go back to orders and I can just cancel my order. Just cancel the order. So I don't have to maintain it. If for some reason I want to get rid of it, that's all I do. I could have also done it, put the price on top of the current price. If I thought, okay, if it takes out a certain level, I'd like to get into the trade. So I would have just put the, I would have just put the price on top. So it's 1407 right now. I could have put the two prices at 40, and would have taken the trade above the current price. You would have seen a blue line up here. Okay? So simple to use. Now let's take a trade. Not on here. That's something that I thought we could do, but not on here. Okay, you'd have to literally cancel the order. I don't know why, but you'd have to cancel the order in order to get rid of it and then recreate it. I'm not sure why. I think it bounces. Yeah, it just bounces right back. Okay. Now, talk a little bit about money management and the importance of stops if you're new to trading. When you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Okay? You know, trading is not about hope and faith and all of that you hope it's going to move higher. If it doesn't work for you, it's not working, get out of the trade and move on. So this is the concept of them placing a stop. And that's only going to come with experience. You know, you have to see a lot of charts. You know, you're not going to learn this in a day, a week. It might be a month, might be 6 months. It may never. You may never get the grasp of it. But once you start to understand looking at charts, though, I mean, look where I put. You know, this is an area on the 2-minute chart as an example. Can you kind of see that? You know, there's a lot of action right here that if it broke down through here, and if I win this trade right now, I should probably be out of the trade. Okay? So that's the whole concept of being able to kind of size up on a chart where there is some support, and if it broke down through that support, I should be out of the trade. So I want to take a trade. I want to make the math easy. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. No, look at this one bouncing here, guys. AMWL from yesterday. AMWL. Let's say I wanted to take this trade, and the spread is okay. I'm gonna make this math easy. I'm gonna explain why I'm doing this. I'm gonna take 500 shares. I'm gonna buy right at the market because the spread's only a penny. So I got in. It should be 11.41. I'm gonna put a stop, and actually it wouldn't have been a bad stop. Okay. I'm gonna put a stop at 11.21. And again, I'm doing this to make the math easy. Okay, I'm going to add the stop. Now, when I got it, before you get into the trade, you have to know where your stop is. So I take this trade. I knew my stop was going to be at 11.21. Notice it says $97 minus 97. Now it's sort of a rounding, like I would rather it say 100, but okay, 97.50. Why does it say that? So there's two things that work right now. The concept of placing a stop. Okay, and then the next concept is share sizing. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. How many shares you take, or because this is going to be based on, well, okay, I've got to stop. How much am I actually willing to lose, though, if it doesn't work? I have my stop. How much am I actually willing to lose, though, on the trade? What is the max I really want to lose? So if you have a $5,000 account, you do not want to lose. You don't want to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay, you won't be trading very long. So let's just say, based on your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. So this is why I wanted to make the math easy. 11.41 was my entry. 11.21 is my stop. That's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into 500 shares, into $100 that I was willing to lose on the trade, I get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. See how that works? So you place your stop, here it is, and you're ready to go. Now, even if you don't have, you're practicing, and once you're ready to trade, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, then you won't be able to place stops on the chart, a live account, but it doesn't matter. Your broker will have a way in which you can place a stop, okay? The reason I'm saying that is because when you first start and you've been practicing, maybe you've been practicing for months and now you're finally getting it, you think. And now you're ready to place your first trade. You place your first trade and it starts working against you. And now all of a sudden the second guessing comes into play. You start thinking, well, maybe that stop was a little bit tight. I know I practice a lot and I did allow myself to be stopped out, because, it's only play money, right? But now it's real money. I don't want to get stopped out because I think the trade's going to work. I'm hearing great things, and I've read about the company and it should work. So you start reducing your stop. here's where you can move the line down, okay? So now you've reduced your stop, but it keeps coming into your new stop. You keep reducing it. See how that number is now changed? Whoops, come on, it should just stay there. Now, instead of a $100 loss, if you allow it to get down to 1073, you're out $337, okay? On and on and on. You eventually get out of the trade, but you've lost way more than $100, and you start kicking yourself, and it's going to happen. You know, I mean, it's this constant struggle of, should I obey my stop or not? Well, how to, again, counteract that? You just leave your stop in place, okay? Leave it in place. And if it hits it, you're taken out of the trade. There's no emotion involved. All right. Now you don't have to wait for to get stopped out. If you have a stop in place, but if you start looking at the trade and you think, you know what, I don't like the way it's trading. I don't like what the market's doing. You can always exit earlier. All right, because now if I don't like the way this is trading, and I just click flatten, I'm out of the trade. That's a hotkey. I'm out of the trade. So I didn't wait for it to actually. My stop is my absolute most I want to lose on the trade, but it doesn't mean I have to wait. I don't have to wait for myself to get stopped out if I don't like the way it's trading. So these are hotkeys. You can flatten your trade, get out of half your trade, or you can double your trade. Are you talking about this one? Which one are you talking about on the don't repeat side? Saeed, which one are you talking about? Because I have a lot of don't repeats. Are you talking about the option? This one, the don't repeat moving higher? This one? Okay. Well, you can if you have okay, I can give it to you, but you know what? What I like to do, if you have this one, all you have to do is duplicate it. So this is available, from the scans that I'm sharing. All you have to do is duplicate it. I want to show you how you can do things like this, okay? You just duplicate it and then you right click, properties, action. Don't repeat. And this is a drop-down menu. Click on the don't repeat. Now here are your time frames. You can don't repeat for 1, 5, 15, 30, or for a day. So what the don't repeat does, you may not want to see AMWL over and over and over again, okay, as it keeps making new highs. So you can say, okay, I don't want to see it every time it makes a new high. So let's just say every time let it pause for a minute. If it makes a new high after a minute, I want to see it, or 5 minutes. Or what I do is for the day. I only want to see it the very first time in this window. That's what this window is all about. Why I do that is because then I can kind of go back and say, okay, there was the first alert. Okay, there was the first alert. It was at 10:04. What did it do afterwards? There's the candle. What did it do afterwards? Not bad, but nothing great. Obviously, the higher was awesome. 11:53. At 11:53, what did it do afterwards? I mean, it got all the way up to 13.46, almost $2. Things like that. So that's why I like to have the don't repeat side by side on a lot of my alert windows, so I can kind of go back in time and see where the alert was, and track it from what happened afterwards. Okay? So it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that I think that if you learn how to use the program a little bit better, you can do a lot of this stuff yourself. And that's not just for you, Saeed, for anybody listening. All right, guys. Now let's see what else is happening here. Funny man, real funny man. Good to see you there. I know why you. Well, I know why you're not here, and you may not be here next week. But questions are starting to slow down. So, well, we certainly don't want to polarize a room with talking about masks. So, now my alerts have dried up. When I say dried up, I'm not getting anything new right now. For a while, haven't had one new for a while. Yeah, my exact layout is right here. Again, can you find my homepage tab? Right here, Barry's homepage. Right here. Nice one, Zorro. If you find my homepage tab, then click on the link, and then what you'll see is this. And then right here is a scan section. Click here, and here's my layout. Okay? Remember, it's a layout, so if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:18. Okay, so morning is going by pretty quickly. You know, guys, keep an eye on this ET. I mean, ET has got a lot of room. 1225 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And, you know, it's one of the option plays from the scanner, from the option scanner. Let me back this out on the weekly to see what we see. And I think it's going to be about the same. Yeah, 1225. So this has some room, guys. It's not an earnings play. And it's a pipeline, so, you know, pipelines are in the news now. Can you believe those guys paid that $5 million ransom? This is going to start a horrible precedent. Oh, absolutely. They were losing. I mean, obviously the 5 million is a drop in the bucket, but now, I mean, you can see what could start to happen. Yeah, the PLT we had some sensational continuation down on earnings plays this week. Ari, I think, was a couple of days ago, or I can't remember anymore, but Ari, ARRY, Wish yesterday. There were some others. I was maybe thinking that PLT could, but look what it did. It got right down to the 200-day moving average, and it just stalled. Now this takes out this high. There's a nice big bottoming tail down here, ET. Not a low float, 2.2 billion in the float. So this, I mean, it's going to take a bunch to keep making this thing move, but it certainly has room. Now, another thing about the simulator, if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it will carry over. And so you can actually practice swing trading, okay, using our simulator. You start off with $100,000. I think there's a way in which you can actually adjust that, but if you start off with $100,000, yeah, it might take something to move it, but it is having an option, like an extraordinary option day. So MPC was halted and then it resumed. MPC for news. $2.5 billion of proceeds have been allocated to reduce long-term structural debt. Okay, so that was the news. So it got halted for news, and that was the news. You can see right there. There's our halts resumes. Most of them are volatility halts, but this happened to be a news halt. You can see right there, halted for news, and then it resumed. Here's another one that could have been interesting as an all-day short. Another one, very much like the PLT. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got right down to the 200-day moving average, and just probably a couple of pennies below, and then it bounced off it. Well, so far anyway, 1432. I mean, look at the PLT. So if you want, the importance of the 200-day moving average, a couple of trades or a couple of stocks right there moving into it and then bouncing. Well, this one bounced a lot. The other one has not bounced that much. So, I mean, it could still maybe take it out later. If it took it out, it's an earnings play. If it took it out, 1432, then you start looking left. It's got some room, 1240 or so, 1250 or so. So it's a couple of dollars underneath is where the support is. So meanwhile, look at this. HYRE just continued. So it pulled back. It did have actually a pretty big pullback down to 12. Held at 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Bounced off it. All right, what's the AMWL doing? 1137 was the trigger. And what's the high looking left? 1234. I mean, this has got some room, guys. I mean, if this sort of keeps holding here, this is from the option scanner. If it keeps holding here, and then we get some volume popping it through. I mean, it's got a shot. Yesterday's high was 1234. I mean, it's got a shot to get up there, or start to, you know. I'm not saying it's going to get to 1234, but look how nicely it's basing. Well, this is now showing up as a gap up and go, so completely contrary to the AI. CRCT. Okay, so this was an IPO back here. So this is their first earnings release. CRCT, industrial. What do they do exactly? Scrapbook, craft, and home decor items. Must be something in the States. I don't know these guys at all. Circuit Explorer, never heard of them. One moment, please. My headset just died on me. Just a moment. There we go. No, he's talking about a 1422 potential target from where it is now. All right, guys, 11:30. So in about 30 minutes, I will be taking a break. Things are settling down a little bit for me now. No new sound alerts coming in. Well, I keep an eye on this one, guys. This AMWL. I mean, we got all beaten up yesterday because of earnings. This was the other one that was the beautiful one all day yesterday. I mean, look at this. Look at this on earnings. Before it finally had a little bit of a pop at the end of the day. But man, oh man, what a great short on earnings. So keep an eye on this one. You know, when I say keep an eye, so this is what I would do. I would put an alert, say, 11:44 or so. So I'm going to create a price alert right up here. Very simple to do. If you're not familiar with our price alerts, just click on new and then price alerts window. Okay, and once you have that window open, you don't have to have it displayed. You can minimize it. And then you just go to a chart. Okay, and let's say I wanted to put it down here also, sort of bracket it. So I go to the chart, put my mouse where I want it to be, right click, create price alert. Now, if it's not exactly where I want, I can obviously type the price in. But if I'm fine with that, then I don't have to put in any notes if I don't want to. I just click save, and now we've got a price alert. So if AMWL Gets up to this price up here, 1144. My price alerts window will pop up on my screen. This line will turn green. Okay, so why I'm waiting on that? I wouldn't take the trade unless we get some volume though. So instead of having to stare at this, to see whether or not, number one, it takes this out and it's on volume, I just put a price alert. It'll pop up on my screen. Then I can look at the chart. Did it happen on volume? I won't take the trade unless it's on volume. And when you ask how much volume, it's not how much, it's sort of in relation to the for me anyway, it's in relation to the previous volume bars. So it's not like, the volume has to be, 1 million shares or 500,000 shares or whatever. It's more in relation to what you see. So for instance, if you look at the 5-minute chart here, if you had a volume bar that was, greater than this one, was popping up to here, then, that to me would be significant. That means that traders are getting excited about it again for whatever reason. Okay? That's how I trade anyway. Eric, no idea. Sorry, can't. Not that we don't want to, but there's some technical issues that are really difficult for us to overcome. The question was for TDA, Think or Swim, etc., being added to the Brokerage Plus mix. No idea. It's not that we don't want to. See how that worked, guys? See how that price alert window popped up on my screen? I can put a sound alert on it. Actions, the same idea. Put a sound alert on it. I've sorted on the triggered column, so I will see it right at the beginning. And why I put a sound alert, in case I wander away from my computer, I will hear it. Oh yeah, no dice. It could be months, Eric. Okay, so it did get some volume. It did get some. What time is it? 11:34. So this candle has about 3. Oh, it only has a minute to close. So I mean, the volume wasn't bad. You can see it here on the 2-minute. Let's see if it keeps going though. It did pop up to 11:44, 11:46. Let's see if it can keep going. Well, the first window I saw it in, I mean, I'm sure you could have constructed it earlier, but I mean, there's the first window that I saw it in. It's my moving higher with unusually strong options. Sure, just take the window. Take the window. So the question was how to, because I do have it. Nothing has happened today in it, but excuse me. So here's an easy way in which you can have competing strategies, if you will. So this is moving higher with unusually strong options. What if I wanted to have it moving lower with unusually strong options? So have your window. Oh, okay. Well, that just means that, yeah, it just means that there's nothing in it. Yeah, not today anyway. Not today. So you did it. You duplicated the window, then you flipped it. You went through that exercise. Let me just show people generally what you can do. So you duplicate the window. Okay. So I mean, obviously you could recreate, you could create it from scratch, but there's an easy way to do this. So if I want to see moving lower with the same filters in place, then I duplicate the window, then I click on configure, and we've got this nice little flip feature here. So it will flip the filters that can be flipped. So what could be flipped? And the alerts. Well, obviously that can be flipped to a new low. The price is, of course, can't be flipped. This can't be flipped. Current volume is 3. Well, actually, to be honest, nothing really can be flipped other than the new low. So it's going to turn, when I flip it, you see how that just flips to a new low. But if I had also said, if some of my other filters had been, the stock has to be up 2% for the day, that would have flipped to down 2% for the day, things like that. But obviously you cannot flip, how can you flip 500,000 shares of volume? You can't do it. So that's how you do it, and then just save it, give it another name, moving lower with unusually strong options. Okay, but yeah, so you did it right. It's just that nothing is triggered today. And that's, somewhat of a reflection on what the market is doing today. So the sky is falling, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Wait a minute, maybe it's not falling. Here's the SPY chart, guys, the daily. Q's a little bit more. I mean, they've had not really what I would call a big bounce day yesterday, but a nice bounce day today. Okay, so this did not really bounce that much. I'm still going to wait on it. I'm going to reset my alert. Now, we might need more volume. I mean, that volume wasn't bad, but maybe it has to be more like this, to really pop it through. Remember, the reason why, for all the reasons that this went down yesterday because of earnings, they're still in place, but this is turning into a bit of a bounce play. Maybe, who knows, maybe it was an overreaction to the earnings release. So this is what's happening. All right, so I took my eye off this one. I actually wanted to concentrate a little bit more on this one, this PBF earlier on. It's in the price range I like, under $20 from the AI. And, so far, you had a lot of opportunity to get into it. 15.18. It actually got down to 14.99 or so before it came back up. That's why I'm saying if you use it as a watch list. So, if you'd been watching this, I should have been watching this more closely. So at 15.18, and then it popped down here, I should have put a price alert right back up at that 15.18 to see if it took it out again. And, so it was a little early. It was a little early on the alert. All right, guys. Okay, is this just showing up? Looking at Codex here. Now, this was a gap up and go earlier on at 10:28. So this is not too bad. Another earnings play. I don't think we're going to have very many next week. I'm actually surprised at the number of earnings plays this week. I didn't think we'd have this many. Notice this window, my earnings play is up. Now if I expand it, you're going to see, well, look at this. I mean, look at all the earnings plays. This is just today. I got the right filter in here. I'm hard to believe. I do. I'm very surprised. I mean, there are a lot of earnings plays. And these are the ones that are down. Again, this is from my scan section. You can have the earnings plays, but well, all I'm saying is that if you looked at this maybe a month ago, there might have been two. Okay? Might have been two earnings plays for the whole day. Look at this. This is amazing how many earnings plays there are. Codex, look at this. It is really moving here. Codex, earnings play. Did not see this in the pre-market. Really, well, I had a little pop after hours. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. CODX. Another earnings play, guys. Skin, looks like this is obviously an IPO back here. I don't even remember this one when it came out. This is last week, I guess. Skin, did not see it. I don't think this is an IPO. I think what happened is they probably changed symbols because an IPO would never have earnings. If it released last week, it would not have earnings so quickly. So probably what happened is this is a new symbol for the company. Yeah, the only way to edit a symbol list, it's a little cumbersome, but you have to go to Tools, from a toolbar, click on Tools, and then Symbol Lists. And then find whatever symbol list you're looking for, highlight it, left click on it to highlight it, and then edit. That's the only way. A little cumbersome. Where did I find skin? It's a good question, Tofi. Where did I find skin? Where did I find skin? I don't have it thumbnailed, so it wasn't a thumbnailed chart. I don't know. I don't know. I can't see it here anywhere, but I had to click on it somehow because I had never followed it. I don't know where I found skin. Oh, thank you. Of course, Sheldon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was in my earnings plays. Thank you. On my other monitor. Yeah, so it's an earnings play. Again, one of the scans that I am sharing, you just want to follow earnings all day long. You can have the two windows, the earnings plays up, earnings plays down. Michael, you can have it, okay? You can have my, you just have to go to my home page. Okay, click on my home page and find the scan. Here's the scan. And you can click on both of them. Earnings plays up, earnings plays down, and then you can see what I'm doing. Okay, you can load both those scans, all right? Yeah, with the cloud, no, the cloud does not replace so the question was when you're saving a cloud layout, it doesn't replace the previous one, you know, which is, I don't know exactly why we can't do that, but we don't do that. You know, so the only thing is that when you save your layout to the cloud, then when you look at the layout again, you'll see the timestamp. So you know that it's the most recent one, but no, there's no way to replace it. Well, this is turning into a nice little alert here, guys. I mean, not many alerts today. 3 of them got stopped out, but this one is turning into a nice little alert. 1518 to 1562, almost 3%. Yeah, I wish it actually replaced it. I don't know exactly the concept of why it doesn't replace it. We're talking about this when I save something to the cloud. Okay, so if I want to save this Barry's watch list, I want to save it to the cloud. It doesn't replace the previous one. You know, it just so I'll have a series of Barry's watch lists down if I save them over and over and over again. I know what the latest one is because it's timestamped, but it doesn't replace. Whereas if you save it to your computer, if you file save layout or save a scan to your computer, it will actually replace it. So if there's what I'm using, it says save, and then it'll ask me, do you want to replace what you had before? So yes. So if you save it to your computer, yes, but not as a cloud save. All right, guys, so it's 11:49. I think I'll be, I know I'll be taking my break pretty soon, in about 10 minutes from now. So as promised, Andy will be taking over the YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I will pop the YouTube link in. So if you do want to head over there, Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. So not that it is all about swing trading there. I mean, it's a general Q&A, but he's more of a swing trader. He has different scans that I would have, so you might want to pick his brains. Okay, a bunch of ways you can do this, Alberto. I mean, I have some scans that I'm sharing, so you can take a look at that. But the other thing is, if you're a beginner to trade ideas, the first thing I would do is take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? Take a look at the 20 lessons. It'll show you how you can create your own top lists and alert windows and your layouts, okay? So take a look at the 20 lessons first. So when you say you're a beginner, you mean a beginner to trade ideas, right? If you're a beginner to the market itself, Trade Ideas is a tool to help you scan the market, okay, to give you ideas. It's not going to teach you how to trade. There is a video series that was done that might help you there. So if you click on my homepage link, Alberto, if you click on my homepage link, then this is what you're going to see. And then if you click on the education section, click here. Here's the 20 lessons that I just popped in. It won't take you 20 days. But if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, back to basics, okay? Okay. Beginner to trade ideas. Okay, if you're a beginner to trade ideas, then the 20 lessons, and then also then these educational videos. You know, starting trade ideas from scratch, you know, price alerts, things like that, custom channels, okay? So I would take a look at those videos also, as well as the 20 lessons. No. So Ferris, there are only two options with our charts. Symbol linking or not. Okay, so you know, right here you've got symbol. I think what you're trying to do is maybe link this to, you know, some specific charts, which of course you can. I mean, but the thing is that when I click, I think I understand your question. Bottom line is there are only two things you can do with our charts regarding symbol linking. Right click, properties, symbol linking, checked or unchecked. So, you know, these 6 time frames, they were all checked. This time frame is not checked. So that's why, you know, when I click on an alert, AMC, all these time frames will go to AMC, SPY remains. That's all you can do. You cannot say, okay, just for my single stock window, I want to have it assigned to 2 charts. Yeah, so you can't do it. There's no color. I know. Listen, this is not a full-blown charting package. I know, like most charting packages, you might have some kind of a color key, which you could. So I could say this is this color key and attach it to this color key for the charts, things like that. You just can't do that. So Philip, the paper trading is there's no link. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. You should take a look at the second video regarding, okay, I just put the Brokerage Plus video in, okay? The second video explains how you can start paper trading, how you use the simulator, okay? You cannot have one, no, well, you could. Yes, you can unlink. That's what I'm saying. You can uncheck. So for instance, I have a bunch of thumbnail charts on my other monitors. Okay? So yes, all you have to do is uncheck the symbol linking. And then like I've got the SPY here, so I have a bunch of thumbnail charts that don't change, of course, when I click on any one of these symbols. Okay, does that make sense? So for instance, if I duplicate this chart, and then I uncheck symbol linking, now if I want to have GM, General Motors, on here, well, it'll stay. So I've got SPY here, I got GM here. When I click on an alert, you know, GM is going to remain. Okay? All right, guys. What time is it? 11:56. So I'm just going to put the announcement in now. I won't be. I'll stick around until Andy shows up. I say 12:40. It should be earlier than that, but just in case. Okay, it's sneaking in here again. The AMWL sneaking in here again. Be taking my break, so I don't know what I'm going to do here. I mean, I'd like to see that 15-minute. I'd like to see something up here. You know, it's got three. The volume is still kind of light. We have 3 minutes for this, or less than 3 minutes for this candle to close at 15-minute. You see how the volume's just been decreasing, decreasing, decreasing. I mean, it may pop it up, but I'd like to see more volume. Okay, YouTube link. Yeah, topless windows. There, you can't put an alert window. You can't put a sound. The reason being is that topless windows update every 30 seconds. It's a completely different use. Okay, it's really a different use. So, they get updated every 30 seconds automatically. So there's no, the whole idea of a sound alert is a real-time sound alert. Okay, that is the reason why we have sound alerts, or how you can put, or why you can put. Okay, why you can put a sound alert on the Jason, why you can put a sound alert on an alert window or a price alert window or the AI. A topless window, so it'd be I think crazy. Because remember, the topless window, it just automatically updates every 30 seconds. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. I think Andy is there. Hi, Andy. Okay, guys, I'm going to take my break now. And so you can check in with Andy for the hour if you want to. I put the YouTube link in, so I'm just going to stop my streaming, Andy, right now.
Hello traders, let me know when you can see me. See my screen, I should say. All right, hi Fred. Hi Ryan. Good, looks like we made contact. Hello everybody, this is Andy from Trade Ideas, and this is a Friday edition of the support webinar for especially for test drivers. So hey Aja, how you doing, buddy? Yes, this is the first Friday of our test drive. We have 2 weeks of this, so we'll be in here every day at this point. Hi Daniel, how are you? What's up? So yeah, this is where you want to come and ask questions, guys. Hey Bern, how are you, buddy? Very quiet. Yeah, it's a creepy crawling day. You know, a little gap up and just moving higher. Do have some areas of interest, I mean, definitely right here, where you have your 10 period and your 20 period moving average on the SPYs. May have a tough time on a Friday afternoon, but we'll see what happens. But anybody in here on the test drive, if you have any questions, you've been trying to do some sort of configuration or any questions about the software at all, this is the place you want to ask them. I'm very faint, huh? Let's see. I didn't do anything. Testing. Can you guys hear me okay? Looks like my audio's showing up fine on my OBS software here. Great question, Trade Pen. How to use trade ideas for swing trading? All right, very good question, and I'm going to. Okay, let's see. I'm seeing. Grapple says it's normal for him. So, Bern, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not hearing any other people say that they can't hear me. Yep, Daniel says it's all good. Okay. All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Swing trading, yeah. Of course, for years and years and years, I was an avid day trader, probably 17, 18 years, just hardcore, 200,000 shares a day. Well, you know, you get older and it starts to wear on you. And of course, trade ideas takes a good portion of my time. So I do pretty much all swing trading, and I'm going to definitely show you some windows trade pen that I use to benefit in the marketplace. First and foremost, I want to say don't ever discount the fact that just because a momentum alert is designed to catch momentum, those can be some of the best swing trading alerts as well. And I know a lot of people just feel like, man, the stock had a big move, it's just a scalping. It's not the case at all. I don't know what this is going to do, but this is something like a setup where I may like that's coming through one of my momentum trades, this VLRS. Yeah, it looks like it's maybe some sort of Brazilian airline. I don't know, but a lot of these initial moves can come with big volume. Now this one right here, I'm not sure about. It looks like the volume came on the downside right here, so I'm not using this as an example of one you should buy and hold on to for several days. But this is a pattern that if I see and it's doing huge volume and breaking out, where I would definitely consider that a possible swing trading alert, even though it's coming across my momentum scanner. So keep in mind, don't discount, because a lot of these moves can be followed up by 2 or 3 days of moves. Okay, so keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, that momentum scans can be great swing trading scans as well. Now, I have a couple of others that I use. Is revenue growth fishing, and by the way, you can find all of these in the Traders Vault. If you go to the Traders Vault in the channel there, just find the key and you'll find these windows in here that you have access to. This is one of my favorite, revenue growth fishing. Now, I like this better when there's been a kind of a pullback in the market, and then I start seeing this thing populating, because that tells me it's showing relative strength. Okay, that doesn't mean you can't catch some good ones, in market at all-time highs or whatever. But I prefer this when the market is pulled back. But anyway, you'll see what I'm talking about. These are stocks that they have good revenue growth, like this BBIO has a revenue growth. You can see it up here. Let me get my pen going so you guys can see where I'm pointing. Now, I normally like to see them base for a while before I buy these, so this is probably not one I would chase, but I just want to show you that, the revenue growth is pretty strong. Not crazy about the cash debt ratio. That's just some of the things I look at. It doesn't really, I'll still trade them, but see if I can find a better example here. Yeah, I usually like for them to base a little bit, something like this, but this would scare me because of the big gap down. I'm not sure what happened here. Okay, looks like it's a biotech, so I would definitely be cautious. I don't trade a lot of biotechs, but this is the kind of basing I like to see. And then, good revenue growth, and then coming up out of this base, this actually doesn't look bad for a possible momentum trade. But these can be great swing traders. Another one here, this pullback above 50 SMA. Now I'm going to have to share this one because I created the one you're going to find in the Traders Vault is going to be a top list. Okay, we do have a top list in here. That just kind of helps you find the setup. This alert right here I built from that top list where it looks for a bar reversal. Now what this is looking for is stocks that have pulled back. Okay, they have a strong daily chart, which means they have to be above the 50-period moving average. They pulled back and they're reversing. So this is a great example of one that you would have caught right at the open this morning. And look at that follow through right there. Really, these are great setups, regardless if they work or not. You just got to manage them. But you can see when you pull up these things, that's not a very good example there. There's one right there that pulled back, reversed. So these can be great swing trading as well. American Eagle. You can see the pattern we're seeing here. Juniper, nice little pullback for 5 days. You're not chasing up here, right? You're waiting for this pullback, and then you're waiting for a bar reversal. So let me go ahead and share this right quick. This is a really, there it is, really great one for swing trading. I'm dropping it into the chat window, guys. You should be able to retrieve it. Let me get a drink of water here. All right. Let's see if I missed anything. Okay, Daniel says he wanted to ask the same question as Trade Pen. Yeah, those revenue growth fishing, this pullback above 50 SMA long is a good one, and of course you can find some really good ones in the breakout. I mean, this one was probably coming through back over here. This is what I'm talking about. This hook. It probably came through on this day right here, 511, and look at this follow through. Another $2 out of that thing. Dillard's came through today. Now this one just had such a huge move. When I see, a retailer up 25%, yeah, maybe I'll pass on that. Actually, yeah, and it broke down through its 10-period moving average. So this could be what we call a super slide. You take the ladder up and you slide all the way down. But I'm trying to think is there any more there's in that there is one in there, I believe, or maybe it's not. It's called Let's Go Fishing. Kind of the same principle as the revenue growth fishing. As a matter of fact, Let's Go Fishing was first, and there's nothing in there today. Okay, typically this works better when the market, like I said, has pulled back. I mean, these are stocks that have to be, we'll look at the configuration, and I will share that with you. I'm not sure if that's still in the Traders Vault or not. Not one that I use that much anymore, but it's basically looking for stocks, the position in year range. This is the key, okay? You're looking for stocks that have been beaten up. They have to be in the lower 35% of their yearly range. Well, market at all-time highs, basically, you're not going to find too many stocks that are down there. But when the market pulls back and you start seeing this thing very much similar to the revenue growth fishing that I showed you, These can be some really good ones because they're looking for, there's a couple of fundamental things in here. The cash debt ratio is good. Earnings per share has to be at least $1. I think that's about it. And the position in 10-day range. So these are stocks that have been beaten up on the yearly time frame, but the position in 10-year range, I'm sorry, the 10-day range, they have to be near or breaking out of a 10-day high. So unfortunately, I can't really show you anything in there today because there's nothing in there. Let me take a look at yesterday and see if there's anything in there. We can look at it. Okay. So REGN was coming through yesterday. Let me zoom out, and you can see it's definitely in the lower 35% of its yearly range. But here you had it yesterday coming through a 10-day high. So that's a great example of one, and that was really the only one. Started coming through at 512.98 and at 519 right now. So you get the concept by looking at that.
Order filled.
And I will go ahead and share this one with you as well, since it may not be in that Traders Vault. I can't remember. I think I may have replaced it with revenue growth fishing. And let me drop it in there. Let's go fishing. All right, so that one's in there. Okay, Fred, my thoughts on AGEN. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. It's a biotech. I don't trade a lot of biotechs. I will, but I don't like holding them over. Sometimes they can be scary. But this one's been beaten up enough. It probably, yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Definitely, if it gets above this high right here, which is 325. It's got clear sailing really until this 350 level, so could be a good scalper today. But that's the kind of basing I like to see. Usually when I'm looking to do some bottom fishing, which I don't mind doing, I look for a nice little 6 weeks to 2 month base, and that would definitely fit the bill there. Relative volume's not all that great. I'd like to see more relative volume, but maybe if it does take out that 325, it'll start kicking in. And the market looks like it's trying to push through. Trying to push through those moving averages. Well, I tell you, resilient market this is. All right. Evolver says, I noticed that some stocks that appear in my momentum scanner are a couple of minutes late. How can I configure them so it catches a move as early as possible? For example, I would love to catch a stock at the first candle that it makes a 2% new high versus the candle 2 minutes ago. Well, here's the conundrum, Evolver. You can do that, okay? You can create them where you can catch them earlier. The problem is you're going to catch a lot that don't go. I always like to explain to somebody, momentum is not only volume, okay? It's volume plus price movement. That's what's considered momentum. And if you get your filters to where, in other words, if you tweak them to where you can catch it earlier, you're going to get a lot of head fakes. A lot of stocks that look like they're going to break out, the volume's not quite there, they just never get going, and they just come right back down. Like I said, I think people get too caught up in catching them early because you're going to, like I said, you're going to catch a lot that you wish you hadn't caught, just because there's no true momentum there. Okay, you just had a quick 10-cent pop, and it fizzled and reversed real quick. You see that all the time. If you can give me an example of a stock evolver, maybe I can help you out. Some of these, let me scroll back here and let's look. Yeah, that was a big gapper. Let's go with something not so early in the morning. See, this AMKR, had you think you're catching it early, and it just never gets going. And I like to explain to some people that 30 minutes into the day. That's not a good example. DDS is not a good example because it just shot up too much in the early going. Fridays aren't the best day for these, but okay, here's a pretty good example. I mean, you got here's stock almost an hour into the day, right? It's still hitting highs, and it's still doing great volume. Even though that 1 minute right there is not very strong, but look at the 5 minute. It's doing great volume, and this is why you have continued movement higher. Now it's a good chance it's going to go right to this red line and stop, but still, late in the day, when you still see that kind of volume coming in, that can be a great sign of something that can continue to go and can continue to just momentum higher and higher. Let's see if I can find another. There's another one. I mean, an hour and 20 minutes into the day, and this thing's still hitting huge volume. Okay, what does that tell you about the strength of a stock? When you see something, now, I would rather see these 30 minutes after the opening and catch them earlier. And there's a chance I can go back and look to see if that was coming through. But look at this volume. It just tells you, that there's huge momentum when you see that kind of volume coming in late in the day, and this is why you see this thing just continue to go higher versus these ones that just spit out the very first 15-20 minutes of the day and fizzle out real quick. You have continued momentum. I have a great example that I used to present in my TI University 301. You can go watch the video. I like to compare it to a log, floating down a river, okay? What's going to move that log further down the river? Just a regular flowing river or a Category 5 rapids, Well, obviously the Category 5 rapids, a lot less it's going to, a chance for it to get hung up on debris or rocks or something like that. The same thing can be applied to volume, okay? When you have that just huge water hose of volume, it's more likely to continue in the same direction until acted upon. It's what is it? Is it Einstein's theory of? Don't get me going on theories. Anyway, anyway, there's a good chance it goes up here and gets caught on this high right here. But who knows? With this volume behind it, it just may continue to go. But let me see. Let's see if this thing was coming through. Dash. Oh, I know what happens is I think I got a 10-day high on these. Okay, that's another thing I like. I don't like to see stocks that are stuck in no man's land, like right in the middle of a 5-day high. There's a window that you might want to look at to catch them early, Evolver, in the Traders Vault called Momo. And let me take a look at it. Yeah, this one right here is in the Traders Vault. Now this one right here doesn't have any type of multi-day high filter, so anything doing volume is going to be in here. And we can look. There's that. Let's go back to this morning. And there's still more available, but that's okay. It's a gap up. But this is one you may like, but for me, I don't like this stuff. Something just moving after a big old red day yesterday. I mean, I think it's just a lot of guesswork. It's in no man's land. I prefer not to see stocks like that. There's another one. This is a gap up, but look at this daily chart. This is why when I create mine, I'm looking for some sort of breakout, and mine's a 10-day breakout. And there you have it again. So this is one where you can catch them early, but boy, you got to be careful. And this is a great example of stocks that are in no man's land that are just not going anywhere. Okay, this will get you in trouble. Opportunity costs. You'll end up fighting these because they're stuck in no man's land. There's that one. EDU. See, I mean, that's just a horrible chart. I mean, there's volume there. It's having a decent move today, but boy, that's just a lot of guesswork if you ask me on something like that. But you're welcome to take a look at this. I would just recommend, there's another one, see, just slopping around. Versus something that you're going to find over here that there's a much better chance the momentum's going to continue because it's looking for at least a 10-day high. Ugly. I don't want to see those. That one had potential, but it just never. Boy, that's ugly, sloppy. Ugh. All right, but anyway, you have access to this in the Traders Vault if you like. All right, let me get me another drink of water here, and I'll dive into the next question. How to scan for first candle just below SMA cross on the daily chart. Yeah, I tell you what, one thing about our crossing, now hopefully in the future, I know we're working on this, but it's really not a bad idea. I understand when we created these, why we did it. It looks for volume confirmation, trade pen, because if you just put a candle crossing below an SMA, you are going to get tons of alerts coming through. So it looks for a confirmation, and that confirmation is the candle has to close above that SMA. Okay, so what you'd want to do is go to your alert window and just type in, I believe it's cross. The dude crossed. Yeah, we do have some crossing SMAs. These are basically different SMA lines that are crossing each other. I think what you're probably going to have to do is use a new high alert, or you are looking at a new low. So you said crossing below SMA on the day chart. So what you'd want to do is use a new low and then come in here, and I'm not sure which SMA you're talking about, but what you want to do is, you said on a day chart, so I guess you're talking about a daily SMA. So here's what you'd say you're looking for the crossing over the 10 SMA. So what you'd want to use is like a new low alert, right? Or you could use a 15-minute low, 5-minute low if you wish. And then you want to add this filter in here, change from 10-day SMA. You want to add that filter, and then you want to bracket it. And the way you want to bracket it is do like a negative 0.05 and a positive 0. Well, if you want it crossing, you got to use a 0. If you just want to, if you want to like catch it before it crosses, maybe you want to use a 0.05. Okay, because a lot of times if a stock's hitting a new low and you have it bracketed like this, uh, you'll see it right when it's hitting once the alert goes off. But if you definitely want it below the 10, in this case the 10-day SMA, you want to use a 0 right there. Okay, so if you use a 0 and a negative 0.5 and with a new low, some type of new low alert, you'll catch them right when they're crossing those 10-day SMAs. I actually have a couple of alerts built where I'm looking for that, and I'll give you an example. It's called, I'll take that, hold on. I'll take that, thank you, I believe. All right, so I have a stock. My alert is a new low. Can it be done on a 60-minute chart? Well, we'll have to look. Once again, just go and plug in that SMA or whatever, which one you want to use, a 10 SMA. In this case, what I'm using is this is an 8-day SMA that I'm using here. Okay, and I have, see the 0, just like I showed you for a max, and a negative 0.05 for an 8. But let's say you want to look for at a 60-minute chart. Go to search. Let's say you're using 10 SMA. Just plug in what you want to look for, and you can see right here, change from 10 period SMA, 60 minutes. So we do have it. Okay, so what you want to do is do the same thing that I just showed you for a daily. You want to pull that up. You want to add filter, and you just want to bracket it. And I would use 0.05. That way you'll have a nice little bracket there. By the time you see it and pull it up, it's going to be right at that moving average. Let's just do this real quick and see if we got anything. I'll take out some of these. So change it 20 days. Let's put up 5. Change from close. LH. So if you pulled up this LH, last one to come through on a 60-minute chart, it should be, I don't have a 60-minute chart up, but I could put one real quick. And you see there, when this alert came through, there's our moving average. It would have been right at that 60-minute chart. Take another look at some examples. Tap. There you have it. Boom, hit it. There's your 10-period moving average on a 60-minute chart. So it definitely works. BC right there, sitting right at it. So there you go. Hope you got that trade pen. Yeah, you can try different ones. You can just type in the average you're looking for, whether it's a 10, 20. We have to have it. We don't have EMAs. It's got to be an SMA, and yeah, you'll see them in there. All right, looks like I'm all caught up. Take a look at the market real quick. And it's continuing just very, very low volume right now, but you know, it not pulling back, that's for sure. Steady as she goes. take a look around the Qs. Kind of the same thing, still below their moving averages there. IWM kind of just flirting around up here at highs, below their moving averages. But SPY's trying to do something here. All right, guys. Question panel is open. If anybody has any questions. I noticed my alerts just kind of died out on me. Here's a good exercise. Let's go back. This is kind of like what I like to do. I like to see if there's any follow through. Let's go back to yesterday on this pullback above 50 SMA long swing. And let's see some of the opportunity that was coming through. Coca-Cola, a little bit of follow through, mostly a gap there. There's your trigger, a little bit of follow through there. Probably going to see a lot of the same stuff on it. Yep, a little bit of follow through there. And seeing kind of the same picture in all these. It's like a little bit of follow through, but nothing. There's a great one right there. Triggered yesterday right at that high, and then, man. So you can see how this is effective. You're not chasing, all-time highs. You're catching a turnaround. A lot of them look very much the same. Not a lot very explosive, but see this one that sometimes. All right, some filters are percentage and some are bars. Can you comment? For what example? For an SMA trade pin? Are you still on your SMAs, or give me an example of a filter and we'll take a look at it. You know what? Honestly, I use. I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, I definitely use percentages. Bars are going to look at like a 15-minute bar, but I prefer just to use percentage. Change from 10 SMA. Yeah, it's going to be a let's do a 10 SMA. Okay, so like on this 10-day bars, best thing to do when you see this is go to help. And let's see if it explains the bars in here. Is that let's say bars. Oh man, it moved around the whole thing on me. Shoot. I don't know why didn't it stay in the same area. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, there are two different ways to scale the results. You can look at the difference as a percentage, or you can look at it in terms of volatility bars. There is no option to look at it in dollars. I'm thinking what they probably do. It's like I said, it's not one I've always used percentages. I just think it's much easier. I think the bars you're probably not going to get alerted, in other words, on it until there's a completion of the current bar that you're in, the 15-minute bar. Uh, but I was hoping it would explain more on here. Okay, wait just a minute here. Volatility is a way of formalizing what we can see in the chart. The volatility of a stock, roughly the average amount of stock moves between the close of one 15-minute bar and the close of the next bar. Let's see, exact volatility. The formula for this is volatility. But yeah, this is getting. I'll have to play around with that. It's not something I look at, but it looks like to me it's just a way of because there's nothing to put in the field, is there? Bars, minimum, maximum. Okay, let me try. Let me throw something in here and see what happens. Histogram. It doesn't spell it out for me. Yeah, I'll have to look at this. It looks like it's probably going to be a -0.2. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, Trade Pin. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am thinking it has something to do with well, obviously the volatility of the crossing. Maybe, let's see, just short notice of a 15-minute compared to. Yeah, I think what it's going to do is it's going to look at the close of the previous bar compared to the close of this bar, and you can somehow come in here and filter the volatility you want to see in that difference between those two closes. So in other words, maybe you're looking for something that had a big wide bar as it closed it or something like that as it closed. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I've always used percentages as something I haven't, so I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure. I'll talk to somebody who may know more about it. But yeah, it's going to be something where you can gauge the volatility of that crossing. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. Yeah, Tim, the strength alerts are updated weekly. Okay, these are the ones from this past week. Bobby, BBY, and you can see the volatility that's come into a lot of these stocks. That's a nice looking chart right there. AIG, nice little bar reversal there. But yeah, they will, and what will happen is you're going to start getting them on Sunday night. They were going out Monday morning, but they're going to start going up on Sunday night. So maybe, give people a chance to look at them. And ooh, bam, that was a nice one today. That was a bam move. So yeah, these are back tested and definitely working. So give it a look. If you're not, I assume that you are getting these. Now, if you are a TI subscriber, you do get these. We actually have a channel where you can go to and see these. And I have to take a look. But anyway, it's over there. We got so many channels now, I can't find stuff. but I know it's in there somewhere. Anyway, you guys can, I don't know, you guys can find it. Oh, there they are. I forgot. It's that little Powie sign. Yeah, the strength alerts. So if you are a subscriber, you have access to this. And if you're not, you can definitely, if you just want the strength alerts, you can uh, subscribe to that. I think it's like only like $17 a month. ARRKK. So you're just concerned about ARRK on a 60-minute chart? Are you still on the 60-minute chart there, Trade Pan? Because I'm not seeing it at this morning. Early this morning, it crossed above that 60-minute, but definitely not pulling back to it at all. On the day chart, what do you look for on the day chart? Because it's nowhere near any moving averages. Key moving averages, in my opinion, is below all of them. So are you off into a candle just after the SMA? See, I'm not seeing what SMA it would have crossed on a day chart. So are you talking about a 60-minute chart or a daily chart? Because I can see it crossing the 60. I can see it crossing the 10-period moving average this morning. Is that what you're talking about on a 60-minute chart? But on a daily chart, it's below all its key moving averages. So there's no crossing on the daily at all right now. First day just after day chart. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm just not understanding that. Can you tell me what moving average it crossed on the day chart? Remember, a 60-minute is not a day chart. It's a 60-minute chart. A daily chart's going to have... Oh, the alert was many days ago. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. So you want to see a candle just after the SMA cross. Well, you're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. So do you want like an SMA cross? So let's say it crossed back on this day on 4/29, right? Let's say it crossed the key moving average, the 10-period moving average that you're referring to. Okay. See where the 3 SMA are together. Oh, right. I see. Yeah, I see where you're talking about right here. The problem is you can create an alert to be alerted on this day. You cannot create anything that says the prior day has to go below, take out the low. The next day has to take out the low of the prior day after the crossing happened on that. There's no way to do that. You can maybe do some sort of workaround where it has to be, you can definitely do a low taking out a low being below all its key moving averages, but you can't. The only thing you could do is create an alert that will alert you when there's a crossing of a key moving average on that day. You cannot do anything that says the next candle has to do this. In other words, we cannot compare candles right now. Now, hopefully in the future, I know we're working with a new technology that will allow us to be more creative with stuff like this. But for now, no, you're only going to be able to view what happens on that day. So what you would have to do is basically if you're looking, let me make sure I got this right. The candle just after the SMA cross. Yeah. So what you're going to have to do is when it happens, you're just going to have to put a price alert on that low of that day, and then when it crosses, there you can go. Yeah, yeah, consecutive days, that'll work. You can do consecutive days, and you can just put in, like I showed you, those change from. You can just make sure they're all lower. You can get creative, and okay, so basically you can do a new low, and then you can put in here consecutive days. Maybe you can put a minimum of 1 and then a maximum. If you don't want to catch things that are way extended, maybe you put a maximum of 2, like you're saying, 1 to 2 days. And then you can come in here and you can start putting in any moving averages that you want it below. So in other words, you can put in 10 SMA, and maybe you want it to where it's not too far away from that SMA. So you can put a 10-day SMA, add filter, and then maybe put a 0 for max, and then put, I don't know, maybe 2% for low. Something like that. That's the only thing I can think of. But you will catch ones that may have crossed 3 or 4 days ago. That's the only caveat. Using this way, you're not going to be able to assure that moving average crossed the day before. All right, I got to get on because I only have about 10 minutes in here, and I got some more questions in here. Can you explain the position in year range displays means on the tables? Yeah, the position, I love these. I use so many of these. So let's, good question. Let's fire up another one and go to search. Remember, this is what you do. Just go to the good old search window. You can abbreviate position in ranges. We got a lot of them to look at. So a position in year range. First of all, let me say this. Anytime you're looking at these ranges, it's looking at the prior days. Okay, it does not include the day you're in, unless you're in an intraday time frame, like a position in 60-minute range, a 30-minute range. If you're in an intraday time frame, that's a different story. But if you're looking at a 10-day range, it's looking at the prior 10 days. It's not including the day that you were in. Okay. So position in your range. Think of it like this, okay? The low end of that range, okay, is 0%. The high end of the range is 100%. Okay? So let's say a stock traded between $10 and $20 for the whole year. Okay? Not including today. And so $10 would be 0, $20 would be 100%. Okay, so let's using that example. Let's say you wanted to come in here and you only wanted to see things that were like 10% from their high of the year. In other words, in their top 10% of their range. Okay, so what you would do would come in here and put a 90. Okay, click on our show me button. We have a little show me button here that'll really help you. The price is at least 90% above the low end of this range. Okay, so we know the low end of the range is in our case was $10. Okay, and the high end was 20. Okay, so if it's 90% off the low end of that range, that means the stock would be has to be at $19 or higher for you to see it coming in your window, whether you're using a top list or an alert window. So yeah, as long as you remember, you're just looking at the range. Okay, the low end of the range is 0%, the high end is 100. So it makes it clear when I kind of give you an example there. So in this case, if you were using like a new high alert and you had this filter set at 90, okay, in our example, you would not see any stocks between $10 and $19, right? You would only see the ones in our example that would be trading above 19, and if that was the range. So I hope that makes it clear for you, Asiri. All right, Tim asks. Yeah, an extreme master blaster. That's the same principle. You're talking about some of these strategies in here. Let's go to configure. Yeah. The reason I create them like this in here, wait a minute. No, on this one I just use a 10-day high. Okay, on extreme mass. Oh, I'm sorry. You're thinking of extreme volume high low pro. Good question. What I've done in here is cheated a little bit. Okay, so I have position in 10-day range 95%. So the only difference in a 10-day high versus a position in 10-day range is if you use this method right here, sometimes you can catch them a little early. I like that. Sometimes you can catch them right before they break through that 10-day high. Okay, so that's how that works. In my extreme master blaster, the reason you won't get as many coming through, extreme volume high low pro versus the extreme master blaster, is I also include a 20-day range in this one. So not only do I want it almost or breaking out of a 10-day range, I want it close to breaking out of a 20-day range too. So I'm definitely looking for stronger looking charts when it comes to my extreme volume high low pro. This is why this is my favorite momentum scan. Okay, I don't like seeing stocks like I was showing you from that one scan earlier. They're in no man's land. Those kind of moves get you in trouble. Okay, you're better off looking for these range breakouts. And this is just a way to kind of cheat a little bit so you can kind of catch them early sometimes. And it does work. I've caught many in here, early, from breaking out. All right. Tim Smith asks, is it possible to create stock window that is fixed for a particular stock and doesn't move with the rest of the windows so that I can keep on a trade? That is fixed for a particular stock that does. Yeah, you can always come in. In any window you can go to symbol list, and there's a drop down box right here. Okay, and you can put it on single symbol. All right, so if you only wanted to watch one symbol coming through, let's say you just want to watch Apple, you can throw it in there, and that's the only thing you're going to see in that window. Now, if you wanted more than that, you can create what's called a symbol list, and you can put as many symbols as you want. But if you have maybe 10 stocks that you really love to follow, you can put those in there and follow only those stocks. And I don't have time to show you how to do that right now, but anyway, if you just go to Tools, Symbol List, okay, what you want to do is just create a new list, and we show you how to do this in the videos we sent to you if you're on the test drive. We have tons of videos. If you want to know how to do something, just email us and we'll send you a really cool video that will just show you. But you just want to create a new list. You want to name that list, okay? And we'll just call this test. I probably got a lot of tests in here. Test 4, okay. Once you've named it, then you want to go in here. It's going to be empty. You'll see it down here, and you go Edit List. And then you can just start putting in symbols. Okay, once you've done all that, just click OK, and now you have that created. You have this symbol is created, and then all you have to do is just go to one of your window, any one you want to use to follow those symbols, and go to symbol list, add existing list, go find, of course I got so many in here, anyway, go find that, no, let's say test 5 was the one we used. Go find that list and then just click on it, and that will follow that list. All right. Thoughts on getting into swing trades on Friday afternoon? Yeah, I really don't like taking too many positions on a Friday afternoon. Uh, I just rather kind of let the weekend roll around. A lot of times you'll have to deal with a gap up on the next Monday though if you decide not to take something, and you, it seems like this market over the last several years has had a way of rewarding those who take home risk on the weekends. So, I would, but me personally, I don't like doing much on Fridays for some reason. I've never have. I just kind of wait for the. Not that doesn't mean I won't. I mean, I definitely will. But most of my positions are taken, in the early part of the week. I'm not sure what you meant. Yes, let's see. Siri, in your Extreme Master Blaster table, what does the red? What does red and green mean? Oh, okay. On this one right here. Okay, it just gives you a kind of graphical look at where it is and its position in your range. Okay, so I can look up here and I can see this dash just by looking at this. I know it's in the lower portion of its yearly range just by looking at this red. And if I hold my cursor over it, it shows me it's in the 23 percentile of its range. If I look right here, of course, this is at a 52-week high. I can see it in my strategy name, but if I didn't have a strategy name in here, I would look over here and I can see it's green all the way across. I know it's at a 52-week high just by looking at this graphical indicator. So it's just a way of showing you where stocks are in their 52-week range, and you can always hover over them to see what the number would be. Like this Mossy right here would be at 60%. All right. Do you have these alerts shared out anywhere? Yes. Yes. Right, Topia, if you go to the Traders Vault, okay, click on the Traders Vault, all these alerts are going to be in there. Let me just go ahead and show you real quick. Okay. So if you see something you like, there's revenue growth. I do have Let's Go Fishing in there. Okay. So if you see something you like, and there is the Extreme Master Blaster, all you got to do is stretch it out to where you can see it. Right click in it. I'd like to go to Properties and make sure, take it off Small Borders so I can see what type of window it is. This is a multi-strategy. Okay, and then right click, and all you have to do is save to the cloud. Just click on Save, and that will save it into your cloud so you can migrate it over to your default layout. So they are in there. All right, guys, I got to go. I got to get Barry back in here. So you guys have a great weekend, and I will see you next week. pull up my OBS. Make sure I see Barry when he... Okay, he says he's starting now. So I'll be signing off, guys. Have a great weekend once again.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess that's the only reason. But it's not that other China IPOs don't show up in my IPO calendar, but this one did not. Wow, this is going to be insane because I'm just looking at where it could open. 2154. I mean, this can change. This can change, but 2154, 2154. This is what I'm seeing right here. Okay, so it's halted at 1826. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Your broker will have something like this. I can't tell you where you would find it if you're not using IB, but wow, what an open this is going to be. So, no, it doesn't have to hold. What time is it? 12:53. So if this opens, if it's a 5-minute halt, it should be opening in about 50 seconds. I'm sorry, we're past the 5-minute halt. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Typically they're 5 minutes. So this opened at 1660 or so. Man, oh man. Guys, I think I mentioned VOXX earlier as an earnings play. Look at the base here, and now it is starting to move down. More importantly, look at that 200-day moving average. Now it is starting to get underneath that 200-day moving average. VOXX. Meanwhile, the market has not had any pullback whatsoever today. No, a minor one right there. Very minor pullback, but in essence, just straight up. Look at tech. Wow, tech is having a day. Okay, so this is going to be a big halt, yeah. So typically they're 5-minute halts. Obviously we're past 5 minutes. We're past 10 minutes. That would have been 13:03:55, and now we're at 13:04. So this is going to be a longer halt. This is not a news halt. It's a volatility halt, but it's going to be a while before it opens now. Maybe a 15-minute halt. Anybody take the AMWL? Volume wasn't quite there, but it's moving off that 1150, not too badly. AGRX, I don't see AGRX. Probably the relative volume's too low, yeah, 1.81. So that's why it's not showing up in any one of my scanners. But yeah, look at this. Look at the volume that came in. His relative volume will increase or will keep increasing. I haven't looked at Playboy for I haven't looked at Playboy for a while. PLBY. Well, it's had the nice big pullback. Maybe today's the day it'll start again. We haven't seen any of the token plays for a while. TKAT, NFT plays. Haven't seen any of them for a while. Oh, I did see this one did pop up here, but nothing that's really causing a big surge. such as they are. Very few companies released after hours on a Friday. There's usually a reason for it. By the time Monday comes along, people forget if they were bad. Well, we are now 15. Well, let's see if this will be a 15-minute halt. It was halted 55 seconds, so we're at 34. We're about 20 seconds away if it's going to be a 15-minute halt. And it's stacking up at 2270, 2270. Now let's just see if this actually opens in 3, 2, 1, pop. Nope. So it's going to be a long halt. Yeah, so Devin, do you know how to get to my home page? Oh, Reel. I'm sorry, you're asking Reel. Sorry. It'll basically be because some other filters didn't. Probably maybe the gap wasn't big enough. Yeah, I see. This is where it closed. Wait a minute. Where did it close yesterday? Yeah. So remember, there are filters in place here. So the gap had to be at least 50 cents and 4%. So it's probably. So which one do you want? I've got these two. I've got the cream, and I've got this one. Maybe I can give him this one, the above. I still think this is a good one. Okay. So there you go, Devin. Okay. And then I'll put in this one also. Did I take it? I did not take it, no. I know that was a gap up and go. Or a reverse. I can't remember if it was a reverse. It was a gap down and reverse. Yeah, that was a gap down and reverse. No, I did not take it. So anyway, somebody asked about that the Vox. So the reason is that one of the filters did not trigger. I mean, it's that simple. It probably wasn't, the gap wasn't big enough. So this one is starting to fade. This AEVA, it is an earnings play. It released earnings after hours. Nice reaction after hours. Pretty good this morning. I mean, that's why we saw it this morning. Market opened, looked pretty good, but it is now starting to fade. AEVA. Good volume, 5 times normal. Well, I don't think it was ever really it was never really a bounce play. It was a fade from the top. If if you knew it was going to do this, but I mean, this was never a bounce play. I mean, because it was already very strong pre-market. It moved higher, higher, higher. I mean, if you're talking about this in this first 15 minutes, too many stocks do this in the first 15 minutes, so I don't consider that a bounce play. But I mean, yes, did it bounce $1 from there? If you can, look, nobody knows it's going to bounce from here all the way up there. I would call this more of a fade now. Wow, I mean, look at this. $25, 25 now. It's stacking up, 25, 25. And it's still another 5 minutes. Yeah, so this is going to be maybe you know what? I have no idea. Oh, I don't have. I have here 25, 25. Yeah, not many shares got traded before it got halted. We're only doing this for entertainment purposes, guys. Okay. First of all, no shorts available. I don't even know Centerpoint would have shorts available on the day of an IPO. So there are no shorts available. So this is just really entertainment purposes to see what happens when this thing opens. My guess is it'll open. There's no way it continues higher and higher and higher. Famous last words. But this probably will just have a big fall at some point. Ha, Cindy. Yeah, all you have to do is from the toolbar, so Bazoo Man, from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and here they are. And then you can have this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, did this just show up? No, 12:17. So this has been an hour. I didn't even realize that the AI was looking at it as short for AEVA. Very slow day for the alerts, which is okay. I mean, I'd rather have, under 10 alerts for the day. Wow, everything is really slowing down. For me, anyway. I'm just looking at the new alerts that I'm getting, which are none. All right, this is time to feed the cat. Just a minute. Well, let's see if this will be a 25-minute halt, guys. I mean, this is now another 50 seconds or so. If it's a 25-minute halt, I'm seeing 24, 24, starting to drop a little bit, but 24, 24, the potential open. Again, entertainment purposes only, okay, guys? I mean, this right now for me, it's very slow. Good time to ask questions. Always a good time to ask questions, but it's really slow right now for me, so. It opened. It opened. So, wow. This is gonna halt again. It's gonna halt again. I'm sure it's halted again. Well, it may not be, but I see 26. Maybe not. I'm sorry. Maybe not. Yeah, it just got halted again. Yeah, I thought it was gonna get halted. Now, oh man. Crazy, guys. These crazy, this usually happens with these very cheaply priced and low float China stocks, China IPOs. We've seen this several times. Because right now, it's halted at 26, 2603. What I'm seeing right now stacking up is 2786, 2786. So a little bit above. We have a Momo channel, Eric, or if it's the first time with Trade Ideas, I would also do this. I mean, I can show you a momentum scan, but I also would take a look at the 20 lessons, okay, before you do anything else. So you get a little bit familiar. They're very quick, not video. It's all text-based. Okay, number one. Number two, if you go to my home page, go to my home page, and if you go to the scans section of my home page, I have a couple of scans. One's called Momo Up, one's called Momo Down. You might want to take a look at those. We also have a momentum channel. So from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar. And Momentum. Okay, all right, you can click on that also. Okay, so several options from my homepage, again in the scans section. Momo up, Momo down, and also we have a momentum channel. Well, you have to be a subscriber. You say your first time with Trade Ideas, so no. All you have to do. Have you ever loaded anything from the cloud before, Eric? Yeah, I'll answer your question in a second. Option trader. In the 20 lessons, it talks about loading from the cloud. Okay, so I'll just quickly. So if you go to my home page, and here's the link. Okay, and this is the scan section I was talking about. So if you click here, you were interested in, say, momentum up. So this is, when you see this, you just click on the link. Okay, and it shows up, another tab in your browser. You highlight it, copy it. So now it's copied. And then from our toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud. And you see the link is right here in this box already because you copied it. So it knows you did and it's copied. And then you click Load and there it is. So that it'll appear on your screen. Okay? So you'll see, yeah, you'll see there I'm sharing a lot of scans plus my layout, the layout that you see here. Meanwhile, guys, VOXX continue en bas. Look at this breakdown underneath 14 now. So this is turned in once it took out that 200-day moving average at 1439. Unlike the PLT, which did not. This is just sitting there doing nothing. Boy, the VOX, once it really took out that 200-day moving average, now we're in a steady downward trend. The next lows looking left are around 1265. Okay, so the blue buy arrow, if you see a blue buy arrow, or you could see a sell arrow, I guess a red sell arrow, those are just alerts from the AI previously. If you don't want to see them, you don't want to see these arrows as an example, just right click on the chart and go to click on properties and uncheck the show AI trades. So now they've disappeared, okay? So that's number one. So from chart to chart, you can do that if that's what you want to do. Now, as far as the swing exits and targets, etc., I'm not even sure. I think you probably can trade them or get rid of them. Yeah. So if you don't want to see anything, you want to have a completely clean chart, then again, properties and get rid of where it says show smart risk levels. Get rid of that. Just uncheck it. Okay. And just a word about these smart stops and smart swing levels, etc. Okay, so when you click on an alert, you notice it. So I click on N-lock as an example. What this is telling me that if I took the trade right at 25.99, a suggested stop would be down here. Okay, a suggested stop. Do you have to follow it exactly? Of course not. But I mean, that is a suggested stop. Why it says minus $34? That's because the default was taking 100 shares. Okay, you can change it, to anything you want in terms of maybe a dollar amount or a share size or a stop based on the stop. I think you do it here. I don't. Let's see. Hopefully, I can do this. Let me do that. Yeah, so see how that changed. So there it goes. So in that particular case, it's way down. Let me see something that is visible. So I'm risking $100 a trade, okay? So I'm risking $100 a trade. So if I'm going to risk $100 a trade, there is my stop right down here. There's my target, 200. It's nothing scientific. It's just double the stop. So this is a guide. So what this is saying is that if you took the trade right here at 362 and you share size accordingly, your stop is at 350. You're risking $100 on the trade. And so if you allowed it to stop yourself out right there, that's how much you'd lose, $100. Again, this is a guide. We also have a swing exit. So if you were going to get into this one, again, a guide, all right? Swing exit is nothing scientific. Again, it's just the 20-day low. That's where it's putting the exit. I mean, if you got it. So in theory, if you took this trade at $25.99, the swing exit is way down here. Would you do that? I wouldn't. But I mean, but it's just generated automatically because that is the 20-day low. All right, EJH just still going higher. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh my. Again, entertainment. This is like better than the movies, guys. Look at this. EJH. And I'm sure it's going to, yeah, it just halted again. And so look how insane this is, okay? So this is an IPO that, as somebody said, this is so the pricing, $4.50 a share. They're only released 5.5 million shares, okay, at $4.50 a share. I mean, this is insane. I mean, now, so it's halted at 31.80. The bid ask now is stacking up at 33.91, 33.91. So I mean, if that holds, it's going to have another pop. Crazy. Crazy. It's opened at about 16, and you would have thought, okay, I mean, how much further could it go? Well, I guess it could double. I don't think I said a next. Well, okay, I just looked at the resistance, resistance where there could be some support. So right down here on that weekly chart, looks like there's some support around 1265. So maybe $1 away. Okay, in that area, 1250, 1260-ish. So it still has another $1. That if it wants to keep moving down until it really hits a support level. Oh, it's going to have a hard fall when it finally falls. But you tell me when. Well, typically, how many halts have there been? So we had one, two. This is the third halt. Yeah, typically the third halt is the bad one. When I say the bad one, the one that it can fall. Typically, nothing written in stone, of course. All of them. All of them LD. If I don't see anything on the daily chart, then I immediately look at the weekly. And if I don't see anything in the weekly, then I look at the monthly. So it's not a matter of, it's not a preference. It's if I don't see anything. So you look at the daily chart. If I look at the daily chart right here for PLT, I don't see anything, right? So I look at the weekly. Now I start to see I see something. And that's why I was hoping that, down here, it could have dropped to 24 or so. Doesn't. It doesn't have to happen. But if I didn't see anything here, then I'm going to look at the monthly chart. So it's daily, weekly, then monthly. I'm always amazed that anybody can trade IPOs the day of, but as Zach is saying, it would be pretty expensive. Yeah, so 33.33, or I'm seeing 32.32 now. So not a big pop here. So William is probably right. You don't want it, Danny, okay? It's archaic. It should be expunged, okay? Don't even think about it. It used to, I don't even know why we still have the heartbeat. Okay, there's AGH. The heartbeat was before we had top lists and things like that. So there it is. Okay, William was right. There's the first downturn. Watch this thing get halted on the way down. Yeah, the heartbeat is, first of all, the heartbeat updates every 5 minutes. Then topless came along, and they update every 30 seconds. There's no, wow, well, I'm wrong. Look at this. It's not going to fall. But there's no reason to have the heartbeat. So, my goodness. Might be wrong, William. Okay, so Eric, you're asking me to create your own alert with volume range and market cap, etc. Well, we have a lot of alerts and filters. So in order for you, so for instance, oops, what happened there? Oh, I must have clicked on clear accidentally. Okay. Okay, Eric, I'm just going to answer front first. He's asking, can you use TI to scan for IPOs? Not exactly, but kind of. Okay, so our Halts Resumes has a bit of a quirk in it. Many IPOs show up as a resume the day of, okay? But it's not 100%. In this particular case, it did show up. And I think some other ones maybe earlier today. I'm not sure if there was an IPO, another one today. But so sometimes it shows up as a resumed. However, this is what I would do. A little bit of work, but I'll show you what I do. First of all, I'll give you the IPO calendar that I use. Even though EJH did not show up, it's usually pretty darn accurate. I'll go right to the calendar. So here, I'll just pop this link in. I'll put it in both rooms in case. I will get to you, Eric, okay? Just give me a moment. All right, so here is an IPO calendar, okay? So this is showing, so for next week, what are we? We're the 14th now. So here they were right now. See, this one was postponed, Zenvia. So here are the ones next week. Not too many. And here's the ZipRecruiter, the following week. So not too many next week are due to open. So this is what I would do. So here's SQSP as an example. So I'll go to a chart. SQSP. Okay, obviously it's not trading yet. All you do is create a price alert. Right click. Create price alert. And put 1. I mean, obviously it's going to open about over $1. Okay, so when it opens, and if you don't have to have your price alert window, you can minimize it. When it opens, though, it'll pop up on your screen as an example. Okay, so I'll do that for the next one too. OTLY, another one. I'll do the same thing. OTLY. So a little bit of work, but it's it's not. It's actually good practice anyway to see who is involved in the IPO. And you can even put that here in your notes. Morgan Stanley. You can also, well, for instance, in this IPO calendar, typically it's going to tell you how many shares. 84 million at 17. 15 to 17 is the range in which it could open. I'm noticing ZipRecruiter doesn't have a range yet, and neither does Squarespace for whatever reason. But you could put this information in. You could also put, this is an extraordinary one. There are a lot of big names behind this one, this Squarespace. But anyway, you sort of get the drift, what to do. And I'll add the other ones, PCore. And then I'll add zip. Okay, so now they're all locked and they're all ready to roll once it happens. And EGH just resumed. This is actually almost stable now. Hello, Chloe. Hello. Okay, Eric. So to find filters and alerts, you start off, if you're trying to create an alert window, okay, your own alert window. So you start off with new, and I think I put the 20 lessons in. So assuming you started off with new and then alert window, okay, now you can do a search. First of all, there might be something already there. So before I would do that, I would start off from scratch, alert window, start from scratch. Okay. Actually, sorry about that. New alert window. Start from scratch and then load those settings. So now it's completely blank. Now you have a search. So you're talking about market cap as an example. Just type it in. See if we've got it. And we do have it. Market cap is here as an example. So you just use the search items or in the search box and type in, and you'll see if we have anything like what you're looking for as an example. Volume range, volume, you can put, average daily volume. Here are all the volume filters, okay? Volume today. So that's how you start. And that's how you build your first alerts. I can't tell you what you want to use, in terms of market cap or volume or any other filters. And then after that, if you want to have an alert, then you need a trigger. Okay, and a trigger can be a new high of the day, new low of the day, post-market highs, lows, etc. We have a lot of alerts here. Again, I can't tell you what to use, but there are a lot of different triggers. So that's the whole idea of creating an alert, is that you start off with your filters. You might want to have a price range you like. You might have a minimum volume that you like. And then once you've got those filters in place, then you have to have a trigger. Like a new high, new low, 5-minute high, 5-minute low, etc. Okay? But I would watch the 20 lessons, because it talks about how to create an alert window, how to create a top list window, what the differences are, why you would use one over another as an example. Yeah, and there are a lot of alerts and filters. You don't have to learn them all, okay? We have a lot of alerts and filters. So if I search, I click on one of them, I click on help, the top one. Here they all are, and the definitions of every one of them. Starts off with the alerts and moves down to the filters. You don't have to learn them all. But it can be interesting just to take a glance to see what we have to offer and what they're trying to find. Okay? I use very few alerts and filters. Typically also, this is my recommendation. You don't have to follow it, but when I create an alert window, I only have one alert in it. In other words, I don't say, this is just me. Here's my alert, new high. I could put a new 5-minute high. I could put, have a lot of other alerts. There are some people, I guess, who don't mind having a lot of different alerts within their alert window. I just like having the one. But that, again, is just me. You're a funny man, Real. Oh, well, how you utilize it will be up to you. Typically a person wants or you want a symbol list because you just want to track, your specific stocks. So how you use it will be up to you. I can show you how you can create it. But typically that's the reason why, people might say, well, you know what, I only want to follow Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Facebook, Tesla. So they create a symbol list. And that's how you do it. And then it'll show you how to create the symbol list, how you attach it then. For instance, here there is a symbol list attached to my watch list up and down. It's looking at a symbol list called Best WL, okay? And that's the same symbol list I use every day now for my watch list up and down. So what it's doing, it's only looking at those symbols that are within my symbol list. And then it extracts those that meet the filter requirements. So you might have a symbol list, for instance, of a lot of different stocks, but you might say, but only show me the stock if it's trading at least 200,000 shares or 300,000 shares, or if it's up at least 4% or 5%, or if it's near the high of the day's range, things like that. So you might have a symbol list, but you don't necessarily want to see every symbol unless it's meeting certain criteria. All right, Saeed, does that make sense? You first create your symbol list, and then you attach it to it. You can attach it to as many alert or top list windows as you want. You're not limited to just one. But yes, in that video, I hope, I did it a long time ago, but I'm pretty sure it explains, okay, you create it now, how do you attach it? You have to create your alert window or your top list window, and how you want to monitor it. I can't tell you how to do that. But once you've done that, then you attach it, yes. All right, is there a way a stock breaks yesterday's low and then reclaims that low today? So if you're looking for an actual alert, no, but we can show you stocks that are below yesterday's low or very close to yesterday's low, and maybe it'll break. So there's not an alert that will say, okay, the stock just broke yesterday's low. For instance, my alerts right here, I have a filter in place that is showing me stocks. For it to be in the watch list up, this is yesterday's range, okay? The position in previous day's range. So as an example, I put 100 in here. That means the only way I see a stock is if it's above yesterday's high. All right, if I put 0 in here, okay, just the reverse, because I'm looking for stocks on the way down. This is on the way up. Only way for me to see a stock is if it's below yesterday's low, as an example. So if you wanted to see stocks that were, really close to yesterday's low, you could put, 1 here, like 2 and 1 in here. It depends, you have to might have to fool around a little bit. But if you do want to see stocks that just made that are below yesterday's low, number 1, then that's how you would do it. Now, a little bit trickier. Where was the question now? So would it be good enough just to see stocks that are at very close to yesterday's low? right now. All right, so you could use that position in previous day range filter, and you find it by, again, a lot of stuff you can do just by doing a search. So if you right click on an alert window and click on configure and search. And these are all called, these are our position. We have a lot of position in different ranges. Okay, we have the position where it is, the position of the open, in the 5-minute range, 15, 30, 60. This is the position in the days range. Now here's the position in the previous days range, position pre-market, etc. Okay, 5 day, what do we got now? 5, 10, 20, 3 months, 6 month, 9 year, 2 year, lifetime. Okay, position Bollinger Band. We have a lot of great position in ranges. But if you're looking at the position in previous days range, so if you use this one, and you put, just a minute, I want to start with a new one. So I'll just do the same thing, do the search. I mean, the search is great. Okay, just give me a moment here. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, I just had, it's sometimes it's a little tricky with the negative numbers, okay? So, if you wanted to see stocks that were within 1% of yesterday's low, you would put, I'm just using this as an example. In the min, you would put -1, and the max, you would put 1, okay? If you click on summary, it's going to tell you. See where it says the price is no more than 1% above the low of yesterday, and it's no more than 1% below the low of yesterday. So it's, almost right at the low of yesterday. You can, you can play around because, there may not be very many stocks right at the low of yesterday, okay? But you can play around. If you're really looking for stocks that are, almost right at the low of yesterday, you can use this sort of use this filter and put -1 and 1, or minus 0.5 and minus and 0.5. It'll depend. It depends how tight it has to be to yesterday's close or yesterday's low. So that's as an example. And then after that, you start to build. Okay, great. You want to see, a minimum volume. Maybe you want to have a price range. If it's an alert window, do you want to have a trigger, like a new low then? A new low of the day, triggering it, things like that. So I can't tell you how you're going to create it after that, but that'll give you the filter that'll show you stocks that are very close to yesterday's low. Okay? And for those of you who are taking the test drive, this is the format of the room every day, okay? This is not just special for the test drive. Now, during test drive, during the 2 weeks, I'm answering a lot more questions than normal. But I mean, this is still a way in which you can come in at any time and ask a question, and typically in the first half hour, I might be a little bit busy, but as the day progresses, I'm certainly willing to answer as many questions as I can. I used to have a very hard and fast rule, Cam, about not shorting, number one, low price stocks, but certainly low float stocks, because they can be really, they can be very whippy. I just haven't come across a low float stock that I want to short necessarily in the last little while. So it's not a hard and fast rule like it used to be for me. And it'll depend on the spread too. But I mean, if something is moving down nicely, orderly, and it's a low float and the spread is okay, I guess I may look at it. Meanwhile, look at this HRTX just cascading downwards. Give me an example. Okay, so 15 minutes. Well, first of all, the first thing you see, of course, is the spread is terrible, right? 993, 1011. So the spread is terrible. So you always have to have that. I mean, so if it's a low flow stock and the spread is terrible like that, I mean, I would never do it. I mean, it doesn't mean it's not going to, really have a hard fall, but that would make me, on that specific one, that would make me shy away from it right off the bat. If the spread was good, yeah, I mean, it's 15 million. It's not crazy low. It's not like 1 million. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have a big problem if the spread was okay. I would also, though, want to watch it because, as you know, the spread can tighten up. I would have been wanting to watch that for a while, see what the spread is like. Because yeah, right now it's 993.10. It could drop to 993.94, and if that's the first time you're seeing it, you might think, oh, that's only a 1 cent spread, and then all of a sudden the spread, widens to 20 cents after you get in it. So, I'd want to see a little bit of history on the spread too. Spread is always from your broker, okay? So for instance, here's the spread, 993.10. Your broker will have all that information. This is Interactive Brokers, but all brokers have that spread information. You can't trade without knowing the spread. Well, for me, 20 million is low. Okay, 20 million, and obviously the lower that number is, it becomes even a lower spread. But I mean, 15 million. Again, it all depends on the spread. You can program the scanner if you want to only see narrow spreads. So we do have a spread filter. Right-click, configure, search. Spread. Type it in. See what happens. Look. Spread. So you can add that filter. And you can say, look, when I get an alert, I don't want to see anything that's, say, more than a 5 cent spread. So you put 5 in here. Now, that's at the time of the alert. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a 5 cent spread forever, as an example. Okay? So you have to be aware of that. So when you get the alert, the spread will be exactly what you want it to be, no more than what you want it to be, but it could widen the next half a second. Oh, absolutely, to IB. Yeah, it is in the first video. Now, if you didn't want to use Brokerage Plus, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to link to IB. Okay, but that first video will certainly show you. But if I mean, guys, I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade my IB account. I mean, all I want to do is demonstrate, the simulator. Okay, and I'm not going to flip back and forth. It requires. I mean, I'm just not. I don't want to make a mistake, to be honest. I mean, flipping back and forth, doing what I'm doing, moderating, etc. So I don't want to make a mistake. So when I trade, I'm actually using. I'm from within Interactive Brokers, and it's really simple. You click on Tools, External Linking, and there's. I don't want to delete the link, but in essence, all you do is you want to add a link, you just follow these instructions. And then there is a rule that you have to use, and you'll see that you just follow the instructions. I just basically put it right in my order entry. So the shift key is down, order entry. And the only other thing you have to do is you do use a rule and go down to Interactive Brokers Live. Okay? And that's it. And they say, okay, and now you are linked to your Interactive Brokers account. Not from within. I'm not talking about trading it from within here, but just generally. All right, I see this just showed up on the option scanner, guys. So this is kind of interesting. I mean, Fleur just got hammered yesterday. This was, I think, one of those all-day shorts. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this. I mean, yeah, we talked about this one yesterday. Look at this all day until, right around here, 12:15, had a little pop. But I mean, from the market open all the way down, so 3.5 hours of almost straight down for Fleur. Now it's showing up in the option scanner, 1926. You see it right here. Again, I'm not trading options. I'm just trading, but this is just showing abnormal option activity. And, look at the, obviously, somebody said, where do I look to find the gap? Well, you can just see there's the gap right there, yesterday's high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this was a financing, I believe, wasn't it? Wasn't this a financing? That was because wasn't an earnings play. I think it was a financing. Ajit, okay. When you see volume 1 minute and volume 5 minute showing up as yellow and blue, what does that imply? Where are you seeing yellow and blue as an example? It doesn't imply anything really. It's just color coded. You can pick any color you want, so it's not that yellow and blue mean anything necessarily. I mean, for me, I code things. When I see, when stocks are moving down, I will code them in yellow and orange. Those are the colors that I use. Red and green, red obviously would be another one. I just don't find that red shows up as well. So I like to use yellow as an example. And I will use green and I will use blue just because it shows up well. So I know when I see, for me, that's my color coordination. It's got, so it has no other relevance other than that. Okay? So when I get a real-time alert here, that's why, and it makes a new low, it'll be because I'll see it in yellow. I know that's made a new low. That's all. This AMWL it's been a sleeper, guys. AMWL has been a sleeper. The Fleur could do the same. Could be another sleeper towards the end of the day. I mean, it's a late alert, 155. But this could be a real sleeper, just trying to recover. I believe they had a. Yeah, so it was a private placement, and it just got hammered. Absolutely hammered, 450,000 shares. And it really got hammered yesterday on that news. So now, the news is being digested. Existing shareholders never like to see their... It's hard to believe 450,000 shares would do it. I mean, there's 138 million in the float. It's only an additional 450,000 shares. Maybe there's some options kicking in. I don't know. Typically what happens when a company does a financing is that they're printing more shares, right? So if you're an existing shareholder, that means your position is being diluted, and nobody likes that. So usually the price gets hammered down. And that's what happened yesterday, but I'm surprised it didn't seem like that many shares. But then, later on, sometimes, okay, the news gets digested. Shareholders look at it, okay, well, grumbling a little bit, but okay, they're raising the money for all the right reasons, And that's why you can have a bit of a bounce the next day or days afterwards. Wow, 209 guys. So this is the last time I'll put this test drive link in case somebody is just popping into the room for the first time, or you're been in here for a while, and I can just say that you can take part of the test drive for next week. You'll have it for the weekend too, but obviously the market is live. No, it won't be live over the weekend, but you can take part in the test drive if you want. And this is what it is. Click on the test drive link. So you will not get 2 weeks, okay? Just want to be really clear about that. You will not get 2 weeks. It ends next Friday. So it's not like if you start today, you're not going to get 10 days from now, okay? You'll have the balance of today plus the weekend, and next week 5 trading days. So it'll cost you $8.99 to try us out. And you'll have our full premium service. We don't do it that often anymore. We used to do it 4 times a year. I doubt we're going to be doing it as frequently. Because the last one we did was in November. And I think we had about 2,400 people sign up for the test drive this time. Once you're in the test drive, when it's over, it's over. An often asked question, what happens when it's over? Do I have to do anything? Nope, you don't have to do anything. We don't put you into a subscription, but there will be a nice promo codes probably sometime next week. Well, I'm sure it'll be next week. So if you do want to take out a subscription, there will be a promo code for you. How's our friend doing? You know what? It's hanging tough. I'm surprised. This is hanging tough, EJH. Man, oh man. I would have thought by now it had just collapsed down to 20 or 15 or something, but no, it's hanging tough. And yeah, we have the room like this, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We have a lot of other support. You know, we have the YouTube room also between 12 and 1 with another trader that takes over between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. But all day long, I mean, you can also ask questions. If you go to info@trade-ideas.com, there'll be some things I just can't answer. You could have some technical questions, maybe something going wrong with the program. And there might be a scan that you're looking for that I'm not, I just don't know how to do it, but maybe one of the other traders does know how to do it. So a lot of support. And the last thing I'll torture you with is my homepage. The reason I do this is because there's so much information regarding education and the scans that I'm sharing that, just save my link. I don't have to go over anymore, but just save my link, the homepage link, and then you can take a look at everything at your leisure. Okay, here's the education section and here's the scan section. So you can take a look at everything, when you want to, as opposed to having to try to, get it all done while the room's open. That's not the purpose of it. Here's another one that I'm not taking these now, but look at this one, OSCR. This was an IPO, I guess, last month, right over here. Not good. It got up to 33, and now it's down to 23. So it's dropped $10 from the highs. It's done really nothing over the last, few weeks, 3 weeks or so. But it's having a bit of a day today. It's a lot of mess to get through here, but it's showing up on the gap up and go. That's why I'm seeing it. Good one too. Look at this. A lot of good gap up and goes today. Look at that. 10:45 the time. It took a while, but 21.97, and now we're 23.08. So a little over $1 pop. My bias is definitely on the gap down and goes. They've been really, really good. But, on a day like today where the market is just, been super strong all day, just inching its way up, 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 up. Look at this. Hardly any pullback, minor pullback right there. Hardly any pullback whatsoever with the market today. The Qs are just having a great day. Taking all this out now, who knows? Maybe next week we'll get back up to the all-time highs. All right, guys, give me a minute here. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. How do we get more results to show in a window? Easy. Are you? Can you hear me, Ajit? Yeah, you have to have the right port. The right port, I'm not sure what it is, Saeed. You know what? Why don't I send you to Bill is our linking expert. I've linked it. I linked it so long ago. I can't even remember what the right port is. It might be 97 or something. I can't remember. So if you go to our homepage and ask, I don't know what the port is, and Bill is there. Okay, and just ask, hey, I'm getting this error message. Why? Okay. All right, so Ajit, so if you want more alerts, it's really simple. You just have to relax your filters. So in other words, for instance, if I wanted more alerts in the basic new highs and lows, this is it. This is the only new highs that showed up all day long in my basic new highs and lows. Oh, no, you don't mean that. Okay, well, what do you mean? You said, how do I get more results to show in a window? Okay, you don't mean that. Okay, what do you mean? Oh, you're talking about when you do a history. You're talking about a history. Okay, so again, you're talking about when you do a history? Okay. You can't. I mean, if I do a history and I do today, now it's going to be okay because I didn't get very many, but when it says more, you can't I mean, there's nothing more you can do. You're going to have to click on, I'd have to find one. Because history, and there, you see it says more. You just click on it. It's not going to work here for me because I don't have any more in this particular one. But it's only going to be able to load a certain number before it stops, and then you have to click on more. My advice is that maybe you probably have way too many alerts then in that window if you're constantly have to click on more. But that's all you can do. You just have to. There's nothing more you can do. You have to click on more. Or did you know that? I would go to the ask questions. Okay, so the thing that says ask questions. Okay. I thought the port was 7496. Yeah, so I don't know why he's getting an error. That's yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I won't know the answer to that. Why it's refused. That is supposed to be the right port to use. It won't be 30%, Ajit. It'll probably be the max. It'll be 25%. No, it'll. I'm sure it'll be 25%, Ajit. But don't quote me on it. But I'm almost 100% sure it'll be 25%. The question is, what will be the discount for the test drive? I'm pretty sure it'll be 25%. I did not say 55%. The other thing is that we'll probably have, not probably, I think Memorial Day, I guess you guys have Memorial Day at the end of the month, is that right? Is your guys' Memorial Day, when is it? 31st, so it's right at the end of the month. That's the Monday. Okay, so I'm sure we'll have a promo for that also. All right, let me answer the easy question first. Yeah, so I don't use the option magic strategy anymore, okay? I only use the one window now, okay? I shouldn't say that. I guess I got the two. That's all I use, the down and up, okay, with 300%. That's all I'm using right now. But, so all it's looking for, so would you rather just do that, or do you really want to see the entire window? I mean, I'll load it. I mean, if you want more alerts, yeah, you can use the option play magic if you want more alerts during the day. I made a decision that I only want to see a few alerts. You know, I didn't get anything on the downside today. I only want to see a few alerts, okay? But if you want more action, then all this is doing is has 6 strategies in here. So moving higher with unusually strong options, 300%. So it's got to be trading 3 times normal. 200%, 2 times normal. 150%, 1.5 times normal. And then on the way down, 300%, 3 times normal, 2 times normal, 1.5 times normal on the way down. So those are the 6 strategies that are alert windows that are in here. All right. Now what I did was I took this one, the unusually strong options volume 300%. I'll just show you what it looked like before I increase the filters. So I have the same price range. I think I upped the current volume to at least 3. All right. So it has to be trading at least 3 times normal. I'll look again, but I think I had the minimum volume is probably 400 or 500,000 shares, so I upped that volume. This is probably the key one. I said instead of just 250 contracts, I said 2,000 contracts. So the volume has to be trading at least 2,000 contracts today, okay? And that has to be at least 300% of normal. So just, to make the math super simple, if over the last 10 days, a stock has traded, say, on average 2,000 contracts, then for me to see that stock today, it will have to have traded 6,000 contracts today, 3 times 200, or 2,000, okay? So that is... Yeah, I just coded it. I just coded it so clear for me. Okay, so that's what I did. So I took one of them out, and then I created this one. And see, this is what I'm talking about. So I think the current volume was 2 before, so I upped it to 3. I think, what did I say? 200,000, 300,000 shares, up to 500,000 shares, 2,000 contracts minimum instead of 250 contracts minimum. So I wanted to create some pretty tough filters so I would not get very many stocks. And that's how this one has been created. Okay, but if you want a lot of action, you're getting a lot of action in this one right now. And the color coding that's just my personal preference, okay? So stocks that are up, green, blue, and a lighter blue. So I know that's just the way I've color coded it. Stocks that are down, yellow, an orange, and this sort of a, whatever that is, sort of a brownish. It's just the way I've color coordinated it. Okay, you can pick whatever colors you want, of course, but that's just what I've done. For me, things that are blue and green and all that, they're up. Things that are sort of those yellows and reds and browns, they're down. But again, this will give you a lot of alerts all day long. If that's what you want, then you can use it. Yeah, so People's Commissar, if you go to my homepage, so if you click on my homepage, you'll be brought here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing, including the options play magic and the moving higher with unusually strong options and others. Is that what you meant? Okay. Now, was there another question? Did I answer it? Okay. So Eric, how to enable the alert sound? Okay, so when you say the speaker icon, are you talking about this speaker icon right here between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing? Is that what you're talking about, Eric? When you talk about the speaker icon, are you talking about from within an alert window? You just have to know like when you say this. When you say the speaker icon is enabled but no sound is coming out, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about this speaker icon? This is just a toggle on and off. Okay, so with a slash through it means it's off. If there's no slash, it means it's on. So to enable an alert sound, a sound in an alert window, right click properties, actions, check the play sound, set up the sound. One of your alert windows can be text to speech. And I say one because you don't want to have them all text to speech. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. So you can have one of them and then the rest of them, you don't have to use text to speech, of course. But we have, if you check use custom sound and then select, then we have these 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. Click on an alert, open, play it. If you like the sound, then you can say okay a couple of times, and then that sound will get attached to that window. Okay? So that's the whole idea of sound alerts. You can put a sound alert on your AI window, as well. Same thing. Check the actions, set up the sound, same formula. So just right click and find actions. Okay. You can put a sound alert on your price alerts window. Same thing. Right click. Actions, same thing here. So Eric, did I answer your question? Now, if no sound is coming out, still, you might have to look at your computer. You know, their little, and right click and open volume mixer or open sound settings, you know, on the sound icon with your computer, you know, down here. It's not showing here, but it's on my other monitor. But that's all you do from our part. As is LFMD. LFMD, nice little. I'm trying to remember why it's moving like this. So it's not an earnings play. It's not an earnings play, at least I don't think it is. It is earnings. It's just we just don't have. I think that's. Oh yeah, it is in the earnings play gap up. Yes, it is. We just don't, for whatever reason, our supplier did not, our data provider does not have it as an earnings play today. And this would have shown up a lot earlier. What happened is I cleared this accidentally, or I went to history and I came back. So all these earlier ones are all gone. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at that EGH. EGH. Unbelievable. Well, that really didn't drop, guys. This has not dropped at all. I mean, a little minor drop right there, but again, this is insane action. 5.3 million shares. IPO price was 450, priced at 450. It's only 10 times today. Oh, man. Well, okay, so everything you see here, you know, okay, first of all, there is, maybe I should just direct you here. There is a channel, if you click on new channel bar, and we do have a Swing Ideas channel. Okay, number 1. Where is it? It is here. Swing Ideas. Okay, so you can try that. You can get some Swing Ideas here. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Or are you just part of this test drive, or you're just asking a general question? Okay, you're just asking a general question. Okay, so there is Swing Ideas. What you might want to try, just to see how it works, is we do have something called, and it's sort of very, very entry level to Trade Ideas. It's called our Strength Alerts. I'm gonna put it in here. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas already, you do have this as a channel. But what this Strength Alerts is, you can read through it. You can sign up for it for $17 a month. We'll give you 5 stocks at the beginning. I think they get delivered before the market opens Monday morning. And they are designed probably more for swings. How you're going to trade them, of course, will always have to be up to you. But they're the top 5 as have been ranked in this algorithm that was created. And so you'll get the top 5 every month or every week. So you can try that out. Okay? And that's very, very entry level, very entry level. Otherwise, we do have that channel bar that, one of the channels that gives you some ideas. But the other thing for me, always, is that even though I'm more of an intraday trader, when I see any one of these alerts, even though, again, I'm more of an intraday trader, but if I saw something, let's take on the long side. Oh, you are on the test drive, okay. Well, then you can click on the swing ideas. You can also take a look at a couple of scans that I created, or one scan that I created called Trend Reversal Up. That might give you some ideas. So if you click on my home page, I'll put the link in. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and go to the scan section right here, and one of the scans I've got is, I better be here, yeah, Trend Reversal Up. That can show you some ideas also. These are stocks that are coming off the bottom that may look like they're trying to reverse up for a swing. Okay, not all, of course, but you can try that. The other thing to do is, and this is for everybody who is on the test drive, say if you've done anything, if you've created a layout, or you've loaded some of my scans, you've got my layout, maybe you created your own layout, you created your own scans, save everything to the cloud. Right click on your individual scans that you have created or that maybe you've loaded, and right click save or share to cloud. Save your layout. File, save or share to cloud. Entire, give it a name, save it. The reason being is that if at any point in the future you decide that you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, and it doesn't have to be after the test drive is over, it could be a year from now. If you can remember, if it is a year from now, if you just sign up using the same email that you use for the test drive, everything you've done during the test drive will be available to you. You just have to load it from the cloud. We save everything to the cloud for you, okay? So save all your work to the cloud. Other reasons, of course, to save things to the cloud. Anything happens to your computer, maybe you're on a laptop or I'm on my desktop, anything happens to it and you have to either get a new one or reformat or whatever. Well, not fun to do, but all you have to do is, once everything is fixed, if you get a new one, you just have to load the program, download the program, and then file load from cloud. Everything will be there, so you don't have to recreate everything from scratch again. And you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. That's another reason, as many devices as you want, so you don't have to recreate each device, because just load everything from the cloud. You can only have Trade Ideas up and running one device at a time. Well, guys, we're almost near the end of the first week. Now, I'll just put this in here, closing the room at 3. I think I will close at 3. So if you have any last 13-minute questions, 12-minute questions, fire them now. Yeah, Yeah, you'd have to do a search on the internet. You have to do a search on that, Gordon. We don't have that information. Okay, the last earnings report for a stock, we don't have that information. So you'd have to, I mean, just do a Google search on something like that, earnings reports, things like that. Oh, my trades. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yikes. Very sorry to hear that. As a tremendous, yeah, tremendous pet lover myself. Wow. Yeah, I can't help you, Gordon. I don't know where you would search then. It might there might be specialized websites that you have to pay for that information. I don't know. We certainly don't have it, so oh, Sachin, are you still around? You asked that question. I see Saeed. Are you still around? Backtest how each strategy from a set of strategy would have worked. Are you still around? I'm sorry, I forgot. I knew there was some other question. Well, okay. I'm not sure this is going to answer your question exactly, but I mean, you can backtest any strategy that you have by right-click, backtest strategy. Okay, it has to be in an alert window, one alert window. Now, I'm not a big backtester. Okay, but you can, you have a timed exit, you can do your risk management, advanced summary. I'm not a big back tester. And then you just click simulate buy if that's what you want, simulate sell. When you want to start trading, when you want it to end. You can actually do it for swings if you want, when you want to get out. At the market open tomorrow, day after tomorrow, or this is a slider. So you can do a lot of different things with the backtester. Again, I do not backtest. So I'm not 100% sure it's going to give you exactly what you're looking for, but that's how you start off. So if I did a simulate buy, whoops, let me just do it. If I did a simulate buy right here, and this is, first of all, you should never backtest during the day because it could take a long time for, well, it's like it's really completing this one fast. It's making, usually takes a lot longer. Okay. So again, this is nothing I would backtest. I don't care what it looks like. I just care about the alerts. But if you're trying to backtest a strategy to get like a good, profit factor and, a good profit factor and win percentage. Now comes the trick, okay? Because you get into the optimization. You might have to look and say, well, what price ranges are giving me the best? What is a price range that I should maybe not consider at all? Now, you don't want to cherry pick too much. You don't want to curve it too much, but you can start playing around with the optimization. The time of day might show you, well, at the beginning of the day, my strategy really works out well. At the end of the day, it may just fizzle. So, you concentrate on and then you back test it using just certain times. Okay. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I don't do it anymore. I used to do it a lot more years and years ago. I just don't have the time. Okay. I just don't have the time, so I don't do it. I mean, that's what the AI goes through, of course. Backtests the strategies every night. But what the AI does, of course, is if I took this strategy here, AI, what the AI would do, AI strategies have a lot more filters. So the AI would say, okay, what if I change that to, current volume is a 2, and then ran the backtester? What would happen to the profit factor? If it didn't change it that much, maybe it makes another change to something else and something else and something else. Obviously, a computer's at work doing this. Maybe yanks a filter out and puts one in. I mean, you and I, and runs through, 65 strategies. So obviously you and I could never do that. But that's what the AI goes through every night. I probably use my own scans more, Real. This is Real Spirit, okay? It's a double E, not EA. Okay, so can you see the toolbar, Bazoo Man? You can see the toolbar. Okay, so you click on new. Now I think I know what's happening. Are you in the test drive, or are you a sort of a current subscriber? Not sort of. Are you a current subscriber? No, but you're a current subscriber. How long have you had the program? The reason I'm going to ask you this is that you may be on a very old version of Trade Ideas, because in the old days, 4 months, you should have this. Okay, let me show you. So if you click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, right? The trades window. I think what's happening is you've got a filter. Probably you don't realize you've activated it, so you're maybe not seeing everything. But let me know, at least you can see the strategy trades. What does it say right after strategy trades? Right, you can see it. Hopefully you see on my screen it says all. What does it say for you? No, okay, but what? But you have this window though. Does it look kind of like this? Okay. The only thing I can say is if you right click segments and do you check all? Maybe you have to check all. It should be the default. So if I right click in the body of the window and then I click on segments and I click and check all, again, this should be, it's not an option. Are you sure? You don't have this one. This is not the one you've got up and running, right? Okay, you promised me this is the one. You promised me that you are clicking on new and it says AI/Holly strategy trades window. Trades window. You promised me. And then this is the window. Okay. So when you right click on the body of the window and you click on segments, what do you see? Just Holly Grail 2.0 and Neil? The only thing I can think of is that you have a very old version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so you don't have anything that says all. Okay, I think I have no explanation other than the fact that maybe you've got some older version of Trade Ideas, okay? So what I would suggest you do, because the default now is when you load that window, it defaults to all, okay? And all is obviously an option. It defaults to all. So what I would do is I would make sure, no, tell me what it says here, help and about. What does it say? When you click on help and about, what version do you have? There might be something else going on, but I don't know. What version does it say you have? So click on help and then about. .2.65. Well, then you have a... What? I'm on 4.2.23. Okay, here's what I want you to, what I'd like you to do. Well, first of all, let me just see what the latest version is from our website, okay? Before I say anything else. Yeah, I don't know how you have anything that says 4.2.65. I mean, obviously, you know, the usual numbering sequence is that would mean it's something that is more advanced than 4.2.23. So I would download the beta. You can download the beta, okay? And that should, I don't know where you're getting this 4.2.65. If you download the beta and then try that again, okay, and then once you've done that, okay, download the beta, and once you've done that, then you know, I mean, this new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window, and if you don't have an all, as an option, then I'm gonna, you know, you'll have to go to tech support or something. There's no, I would have zero explanation for that. If you promise me you're in this window. Okay. You know, sometimes people check something else and they've accidentally checked, you know, profitable or long strategies, short strategies, or something like that, and that can prevent things from coming in here. But I mean, this has been around for a while. This all. Yeah, all your strategy, like everything will be saved. Yes. I mean, listen, I would always, so make sure you save everything to the cloud. I mean, you know, I don't want you to come after me on Monday. I've been doing this since 2010, downloading betas, downloading, like upgrading, and I've never, ever lost a layout or a strategy, okay? So, but it's always good practice, you know, to make sure you save each your scans and your layouts to the cloud. And report back on Monday morning, okay? All right, guys, I think that is it. I think I shall wrap it up. And hopefully, for those of you in the test drive, you have another week. And, you know, I always try to manage your expectations. You're not going to be an expert at trade ideas after 2 weeks. But you always have the room to come to. We have lots of support, so we're not going to leave you alone. You know, you don't feel, okay, I took the test drive, now what? Okay. All right, guys, I think that is it. I think I'll shut the room down now. And let me just get my script together. All right, I shall open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. All right, so have a great weekend, everybody. Go Bruins. And we'll see you Monday morning. Okay, bye-bye.